Hello, everyone. Welcome back to Westeros. We are happy to see you here on what is very probably our last Sea of Spears Sunday. We'll be talking in a couple hours towards the end of the stream. I was thinking it might be fun to have like a follow-up session in 2 weeks to just hang out of character. So we'll see. But right now the plan is that this is it. So you are all here for the end of all things.
Yeah,
Right,
write it
Thanos
down.
is gonna show up. Oh shit! I should have given that away.
The end of this fight, Galactus will be looming in the sky overhead.
Oh gosh, that's the last line. But we figured out ahead of time.
Yeah, normal
That
stuff.
takes the pressure off at least.
Some poop is about to go down. Felicia is all gussied up in our Targaryen shirt. She's also wearing her Game of Thrones panties. So we're very fancy today. What?
We're matching then.
Yeah, and Felicia, show off your nails also. She got fancy fading to Nymerian blood red nails. So like she's all gussied up.
I was going to do something like that, and just the whole week just got away from me, and I didn't. And I also misplaced my King Renly crown.
Oh
So I found my rainbow cape, but then I'm too hot to put it on. It's roasting in here. So it's there in spirit.
Hey, we're gonna same problem. It's too hot to put it on.
Yeah, that's why I'm not wearing my rainbow stuff too. It's not this sort of stream. So, we are lucky to have you here, viewers. Thanks for showing up, and we hope that everyone enjoys today's show. We're gonna be tweaking the rules a little bit, and I'll be going over how this mass combat is gonna work. But you, dear nerds, there in chat, are going to be directly, if kind of accidentally, calling some shots and imperiling some beloved NPCs. So it should be fun, along with some randomization that's going on. First things first, though, let's do kind of a recap, and then we're going to cut to kind of the night before, as the PCs have that kind of last moment to talk as scouts are confirming that what's going on and blah, 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 that dramatic night before. You guys are looking to pick a fight. The Lannister host, nominally led by King Joffrey, in actuality led by his grandfather and Hand of the King, Tywin Lannister, is moving north from King's Landing into the heart of the Riverlands, where they were planning a show of force and putting an end to this Riverlands rebellion, in order to just kind of secure Joffrey's claim on the throne, shut everybody up, squash your Riverlands allies, that sort of thing. But you lot have Dornishly outmaneuvered them, though for once not simply by being light cavalry and guerrilla fighters, but also because you've got a lot of the best sailors in the world on your side, and people that know the coast and the rivers and smuggling routes and stuff. So you have spent the last several days and nights going through kind of token stealth of bringing your armies ashore and rather deeply upriver, including the Golden Company. So we've got kind of a montage of sailor lords in your service. The most upright and uptight, of course, is Sir Paxter Redwine, Lord of the Arbor, who's kind of overseeing the fleet in the bay, right? Like, he's there in case there needs to be a big old fight. But then you guys have a whole bunch of less reputable or more personally invested sailors. Your uncle, Montfort Valerian, was the one that ushered the lot of you ashore personally, because he was not going to be dissuaded from fighting alongside his family. You also have the less reputable Uncle Orain Waters, who is a sailor of no small skill, and who has been smuggling people deep inland. You have your other uncle, Oberyn Martell, who is reputed to have served as pirates for a time, and certainly seems to know his way around a ship. So he's been ferrying people back and forth. And then, most colorfully, you have a sailor on loan from your ally Stannis Baratheon. And this is Sir Davos of House Seaworth, the fabled Onion Knight, who is bemoaning that he has already been knighted, as he is smuggling certain aspects of the Golden Company ashore. So he's standing a picture for his introduction scene.
He got typecast early as far as Stannis was concerned.
Yeah, he's at the back of his boat, worrying about the weight, making it go too deep for sailing this far inland in the rivers. And it's saying, if I wasn't knighted already, I could have had an elephant for my sigil. Just as a Golden Company elephant takes a big shit on his deck. And he's like, instead, here I am for the glamour of all of this. All right, so he's been ferrying elephants back and forth because he knows the shallow waters and tributaries the best for smuggling. So he's the one that's actually sailing the farthest upriver, because he's the one that you trust the most for that. And then you also have Black Bryce Whitebone, the honest Ironborn, who has been quite comfortable on ship and has also lent his rather piratical fleet to ferrying more conventional troops ashore, including a certain red-haired pirate princess at his side, the Red Rose, or the Red Thorn, or the Thorn,
one who swam away.
Yes, the one
So yeah, you've got this mixture of Stormlanders and Reach Knights and their impatient destriers, and this burly Stormlander infantry, and then Dornish spearmen and archers, all packed in tight, and then the Golden Company, who provide several of their own ships, but then are also bringing some more exotic stuff along. Like these horrific, elephant fighting beasts that you are, there's 24 of them, that you are getting ready to let loose on Westerosi soil for the first time. So it's been a process. It's been kind of a Dunkirk moment in reverse, where instead of desperately pulling an army back across the channel, they've been ferrying this army in and landing them, and then you guys have been kind of taking stock and organizing and sending them upriver, and yeah.
As a summary of the overall strategy, as far as we know, the Lannister army is expecting not us. They are expecting a rebellion in the Riverlands, right?
Yes. Depending on just how secretive you have been in the last several days, so they might just know, oh, this could just be Justman and his army, repositioning. They might think that some of these boats in the night are Justman and his army trying to slip away and then just sail off. Who knows?
That a few Dornish allies showing up would not even see that out of the ordinary.
But yeah, from what you know, he's not expecting your army. Now, some of your forces aren't here. You do have some of your allies still scattered around Westeros. The Queen of Thorns and Varys, for instance, have just stayed in Storm's End. It's safe. The lady does not wish to travel back to Highgarden.
So the Lady Elena will not be taking the front lines.
She trusts the steward, Sir Courtenay Penrose, more than that idiot Mace. to keep her safe. And like, my lady, that's your son. And she's
Yeah.
like, yes, I know. Right. Like, but so she's staying in Storm's End. It's safe there. In Highgarden.
I love it. Sorry, I love all my children equally. Like 10 minutes earlier, I don't
Oh
care
my-
for Mace.
Um, so speaking of Highgarden and nominally being under the
if we
protection
can
of...
recast her as, yeah.
Yeah, change actors. It's fine. Under the protection of Lord Paramount of the Reach, Lord Mace Tyrell, in the safety of Highgarden right now, are your children. So they are not, they are as far from the fighting as possible in the most secure location. Lord Mace tried to stumble and bumble his way over what an honor this is and how safe the children will be. And though none of them be Tyrells in name, they will all be as safe in Highgarden as any Tyrell by blood. Except my father, who rode off a cliff. But you needn't be concerned, dear family. The children will be kept away from horses and cliffs alike. And, right, so he kind of gets a little wordy with it. Meanwhile,
Young Mayflower rides a horse, I will be rather suspect of the event.
Meanwhile, you are being genuinely reassured of their safety by Sir Garland Tyrell, who is staying behind in the Reach should the Lannister host move south or they have a reserve. Garland Tyrell is in charge, not Mace, if you ask anyone but Mace, right? So one of the best knights in Westeros, but also playing a reluctant babysitter initially, and then warming to the children as they warm to her, is Sorella Sand. Her task in Old Town is finished with the recovery of one of those original genealogical books. So she is no longer an undercover maester. So when last you saw her, she was instead in Highgarden delighting the children by shooting apples that they threw for her. So she is keeping her bow and arrows close at hand, and is riding herd on the kids along with Sir Garland Tyrell. So the kids are pretty heckin' safe in Harrenhal. They've got one of the top 5 archers in the setting, and one of the probably top 5 swordsmen in the setting, and also all of the reserves of the entire Reach. So they should be fine. So there's that. But then some of your family is also at Harrenhal. And some of this you're hearing after the fact because you guys are moving thousands and thousands of troops right now, spread out between multiple fleets. And somewhere in all of that confusion, some of your guests have repositioned themselves along with a couple of your troops that have been stationed to Harrenhal, and you have found out about it after the fact instead of beforehand. The Princess Ariane of House Nimeros Martell and heir to Dorne has decided, along with the Sand Snakes Tyene and Nymeria, to prepare a victory celebration for you in Harrenhal, as they have not had any reason to travel north yet, and they would like to be fairly close to the action, in part because you have been joined on the front by Prince Quentin Martell, the oldest son of the Prince of Dorne, has decided that he is not missing this battle at the Trident any more than Uncle Oberyn Martell is missing this battle. So Dorne is representing, and then his big sister and a couple of Sand Snake cousins were like, well, we're not staying home if he's not staying home. We're going somewhere. So they are at Harrenhal. You heard that they were at Harrenhal with a letter sent by Lord Maekar Nymerian, written in the hand of Maester Elston, who is also at Harrenhal.
Holy shit. Okay.
The letter from Maester Elson is like, as the Lord of Harrenhal is indisposed and likely to be busy at the Trident for some time, the Lady Shellawent should not be alone in these dusty halls, as she has been these long years. She shall be enjoying tea with Lord Maekar Nymerian, the Blood Royal, Warden of the Stoneway.
So that like you could totally read that as like since Adam has been a neglectful husband, now his grandfather will take over the husbandly duties.
Except they do.
If it makes him happy. Also, this tells me Grandpa's all in. He's like, I'll be there at the place that will be surrounded if we lose.
Except also, there is a tongue-in-cheek reminder in this letter that he is enjoying tea with his new granddaughter, the Lady Shellawent.
You know what? Yes, I hadn't even thought of that.
Right?
She is at least a bit younger than him, so it's not quite
a little bit younger, yeah. So, along with some of your Dornish garrison and archer troops, and some engineers on loan that traveled with some heavy machinery that they're going to be assembling scorpions for the walls. Actual scorpion, giant crossbow scorpions, not D&D giant scorpions from Dorne. Yes. Because we're talking about Dorne, we need to specify the type of scorpion they're taking with them.
A scorpion walks into a bar, and the barman says, "Hey, you get out." He says, "What? Why?" Is it because you were in here last night, getting all that? Sorry. Couldn't resist.
So, yes, your Dornish kind of defenders of Harrenhal traveled upriver and then across the lake to Harrenhal, and they had some stowaways. Lord Maekar, Maester Elston, Princess Arianne, and a pair of sand snakes. Harrenhal has your Dornish defenders in what was partially also meant as a feint to kind of warn them away from Harrenhal. Like, look, there's some Dornish sails in the God's Eye. You know, like, you guys should stay away from here, you know.
I mean, also that island's haunted, so... and possibly cursed. I'm not sure in which order.
Yeah. So you guys have that going on. So that's awaiting you in Harrenhal, nominally to prepare a celebratory feast, but also, like, that's kind of your fallback position. So you've got some family there, but you do also have some potentially unexpected family that is here and geared up. Willis Tyrell would not be turned away. He gives a bit of a speech as he's leaving with you lot. You are my equal in marriage and will soon be my queen. But as we are north of the Dornish marches, as your husband, I can at least temporarily pull rank, and I am telling you, you are not riding to battle without me. If Adam can fight, so can I, and I promise not to embarrass you by being ungainly on land. I will endeavor to keep my saddle, dear bride, which we Tyrells are generally fairly good at. So, he is dressed up in full proper reach plate.
Oh my lord!
I was always on the fence about your husband. I like him now.
Right?
What? Your real life husband still on the fence about?
Yeah, that's fair. He's far less reliable than Willis Tyrell. But yeah, so Willis is absolutely fighting with you lot. Let's see, and during some of the other prep stuff, we'll do a couple more NPCs later with folks that you may not be expecting. But let's see where the Nymerians are the night before. Let's
In the pavilion tent.
Okay. So we've got a big fancy pavilion tent up, expected.
Of course.
So yeah, let's just take it away there. Who is in the pavilion with you? because you guys can get some private Nymerian sibling time in a non-Targaryen fashion if you ask for it. People understand that sometimes the siblings just want a little time alone. But if not, who is with you for these pre-battle, not quite the war talk, because that's a whole separate. Like there's other people definitely there
I mean,
for the
our
war talk.
spouses, I would assume, if it's
Right.
family.
Okay.
I'm making the assumption that I know that Ferris is here, but I was talking the spouses.
Ferris is Adam's spouse, basically.
Yeah, basically. So.
But yeah, Balin Swan is certainly here. He did not stay home, and he's like, anyways, good luck, guys. Yeah, and the lady Valena Toland is of course here. She will not be left at Ghost Hill. That sort of thing. Yeah. So.
Who else?
It would never have been said in her presence that she should be.
But yeah, who else? I mean, do you guys mostly just want this for? I'm assuming it's starting out at least more of a personal roleplay conversation time than a war council.
I see it that way, but I also see this as being like a fucking insane party as the hours go on.
More people show up and more people show up.
So I'm just going to hand it over then. So you guys take over. You lot and your spouses are who we are starting with. Roleplay. Do the thing.
I'm taking advantage of not having to be in my armor right now, so I'm just in comfy clothes. Which for her is like, a fancy-ass gown. And on her chair, like she's got the new crown on, which she hasn't really taken off very much when she's with people. But also, she has Dark Sister, like, on the chair, like hung on the chair behind her. So she doesn't have to worry about banging out on anything. But, yeah. She's just looking around at everybody. Soaking it in.
Nervous sister.
Yes, bow down to me.
Cousin. My queen. Nervous?
Excited? Ready? A little nervous, yes.
I'm sure if Karis is leaning back, he's got his new spear in one hand, and his wife is on his lap, and he's got his other arm around her.
So Bela is standing up behind one of the taller chairs, kind of just like, sort of like leaning on it, or like her hands on top of it, kind of just a little bit intense for the moment. I figure Balin's probably like sitting down eating some like big meal or something. Some like salted hams or something that was just, there for us. And Bela is just kind of like a little bit in her head about the upcoming fight in the next day. A little thinking about strategies and counters and just trying to like plan things out. So a little bit distracted probably from whatever else is going on in the room at the moment. But she's wearing like a Gambison sort of like field dress sort of clothing. So not full of armor, but not casual wear either. Hair's just kind of done up simply to be out of the way, sort of battle ready, and 1,000-foot stare kind of.
She's playing through the scenarios in her head ahead of time and stuff.
Yeah, it's like what was the name of that chess show? The Gambit. Queen's Gambit, where she's looking at the ceiling and all the chess pieces moving around and going through her head. So that's kind of what I envision for Bela right now.
Gotcha.
I can totally see her just like being like totally just head full of like battle calculations. My queen, I hope you won't mind, but I have a small concern that I wish to express, that I would be doing you a disservice if I kept to myself.
Mm. Well, let's hear it then.
Your choice of Sir Oris to become Lord Baratheon, I'm worried that he's going to be miserable. I say this, I'm speaking right now as his friend, and we know that he is a very good man, and that he would do anything for any of us. And I know that Stannis would teach him well, or as well as he knows, certainly. And that Oris has been trying to learn some of the things that are going to be expected of him. But I'm more worried about his spirit, so to speak. He's never really wanted that kind of power, and he tends to find solace in bottles when things go wrong, and I am worried that though the good faith that you're placing in him is well meant, that you may be sowing the seeds of a future Robert. If not in political action, then in emotional state.
We'll just ask him straight up if he wants to do it, right?
He's already said he would do whatever I ask of him.
And he need not. Sorry, go ahead, Adam.
Yeah, that's a different thing from him wanting it.
Aye, indeed.
I mean, it's certainly, almost certainly too late to do anything anyway. But I just want to make sure that he has support in place that's not just teaching him the practical things. I don't want us to just abandon him in Storm's End.
Oh, no, he's not. I don't even anticipate he'll stay there much, honestly. I
He needs but a good maester to run it for him.
He's got what's his name, Pembroke. He's got. He also has. He will have John Connington back to the Stormlands, and I don't anticipate. I don't know. I think he will thrive well. As long as we pick a good bride for him, I think he will thrive well.
Sir Balin Swan will speak up. NPCs often don't until spoken to, but in this case, he's a Stormlander, and you're talking Stormland politics. Lord Renly has certainly been away from the Stormlands as often as he's been there. We're rather proud of running ourselves most of the time, and Sir Courtenay picks up what slack there is. None have risked Robert or Renly's ire by wavering on taxes or the like, and I can't imagine that we would start once Oris is the one to bring the hammer down, as it were.
You need to be a little more than a figurehead, and if things do get out of line, he could step up, and I don't think Oris has any problem doing that, but day to day, I think Oris is free to do whatever he wants.
I need him at Storm's End.
I was not disputing that. I just wish to express some concern for his well-being. There has been a range of reassurance there, and I accept it. Thank you.
If it helps, Adam, if I thought our future queen did not have the best interest of her people at heart, I'd not be here with an army and navy at the moment.
Oh, I know you wouldn't. I also,
I don't say that because we thought we were blood relations, but because in the time that we've met each other as adults, she has continuously put other people's best interests in front of everybody else. She has not always sided with those interests, but she has always considered them. And I think for a leader, that's what we need. I
that is understood, but I hope that you will understand that I needed some reassurance regarding my friend who I care for very deeply.
do.
So, I do appreciate the rational responses that you've given. The other thing on my mind is that until we went to Driftmark, I was also going to respectfully request to be allowed to end Littlefinger's life if we caught him alive, but after seeing our uncle and feeling the weight of what he's been put through, I think he's earned that, frankly. But I would like the opportunity to harm him very painfully.
I would destroy the man on my own if I felt others weren't justified in doing so. I think that's fair on both accounts.
So obviously we don't know what's going to happen, but if the opportunity arises, I would like if we had a respectful turn taking when it came to him. And I think Uncle Montford has a vengeance to collect.
If I'm not mistaken, Adam, you reached out to him as a friend originally when we read him in King's Landing, as a curious pup, really. I mean, not unlike I did to some of the men who had fought in the various wars.
You're right.
That did not seem to matter to him whatsoever when he fucking did this to our family. So,
no, of course it didn't, and he's responsible for other cruelties that I wish to repay. But like I said, I'm not going to set my heart on any one particular outcome. I'm just naming that if the opportunity arises, I would at least like to tell him why his downfall is happening before Montford's is done with him.
If at all possible, I suspect he will be answering for those crimes. I'm with you, Matt.
Right.
But we might be getting ahead of ourselves a bit, Maester Ferris says, as it is the Lannister army marching here past Harrenhal.
Yes.
Alas, Littlefinger himself still stays locked up in the Eyrie.
Yes,
but the
the
area
matter
is
of an
down.
army.
Yes, light of my life, but do allow me my little violent fantasy for a moment.
He has a few of those Ferris. Let him have this one.
Well, they're looking down from the Eyrie and they can see us. She knows we're here. He knows we're here.
Well, let's put the fear up him.
That's the plan.
I doubt once we win this battle, the rest of the area will long suffer his presence.
Well, yes, there'll be a new Shire Reeve town, so to speak.
Well, there's likely a toss them out of a window as they are turning over to us, but we will deal with that when it happens.
Oh, yeah. things to look forward to. Sincerely, I'm glad we're all still here at this point, and I'm going to fight like all Seven Hells to make sure we win.
Just keep those arrows coming.
You know I will.
Speaking of, I would like to open with a volley of fire arrows.
It'll be done.
From our
I see no reason to object to that.
Oh, quick out of character question. Is Robert is Sir Robert the Red Feather at Harrenhal, or is he with us?
He is here.
Okay.
Yeah, I've got little vignettes for groups of NPCs and what they are up to tonight, and he is definitely up here.
Cool. Myself and Sir Robert will make sure that it is a flaming display that they will not forget for the short duration of the rest of their lives.
Now, I'll do the Bela, but I do suggest holding the elephants in reserve. When they do appear, they'll be quite the shock. Now, with that said, I'm going to get some wine and try not to remember the rest of the night.
Don't get too drunk. Or do, whatever works for you.
It hasn't hurt so far, so no need to make any major chemical changes to my blood.
Oh, elephants? I've thought about them a lot. There is a time where I thought maybe I could combine them with our heavy cavalry for a charge on the flank, but I just, it's too much of an unknown of how our horses will respond around the elephants, and I don't want to risk them being spooked and a catastrophe occurring. So no, I definitely think we need to keep them over on the flank by the Golden Company. I think that's going to be the best place for them. And then they could have a charge with some of the cavalry from the Golden Company. Why is that not what we were talking about?
No,
that's exactly what.
Oh, okay, good.
Good.
Sorry, your looks were just
Kind of blank.
yeah.
For my part, is that Adam's like, I have no knowledge of this like elephant strategy, but I love but keep going. It sounds great.
And that is what John Connington has. He has suggested that he can run the Golden Company largely as an autonomous unit, since they are accustomed to fighting together, and since trying to integrate them too much might cause some confusion or rivalries, as not all of, quote, the lads might get along with the rest of their kin as well as he does with Red Ron at Connington.
Right.
Because a lot of the Golden Company are like exiled bastards and stuff. So it's like, yeah, let's just sort all that out later instead of shuffling the decks together. I'm going to just keep these guys over here. And yeah, so he is just fine with kind of going when you say go, but mostly being left alone instead of integrating. So
Luke is ready to pat his wife on the rear and gently get up out from under her and go get some wine.
Disgusting.
All right, so our vignettes a bit in the camp outside, just some reminders of who is here and how some of them are getting along. First off, Seven protect you all. Orain Waters and Black Bryce Whitebone are drinking together.
Oh no!
They are, by drinking together, I mean that they are...
You're staring each other down while drinking?
They are hurling insults and whatever else they find around each other at one another from two of the ships that are pulled up on the side of the riverbanks while singing together. Who knows exactly how it turned into a rivalry, but it did.
Of course it did.
So those two are getting along swimmingly. But
they are.
do you see Sir Devon Lannister, or Davin, excuse me, sitting with the Strongboar, and the two of them are being rather melancholy as they
face
know
their forces, their family.
They've got kin on the other side tomorrow, and they kind of have that in common. So they're just sitting and kind of talking quietly to one another. You see them over the shoulder of Meredith Crane, who is sitting nearby, but like pretending not to be listening in, right? She's at like the next campfire over, but she's like there if Davin needs her. And she is sitting with your Aunt Elia, who is excitedly
they're
chattering about fletching angles with Robert the Red Feather. So those two are sitting at their campfire, animatedly discussing, while Mary is kind of sitting a little off to one side, keeping an eye out towards Davin and the Strongboar. Let's see. Who else? You see Lord Bryce Caron of Night Song, who has started up a marcher tune alongside his burly bastard of a brother, Sir Roland Storm, the Knight of Bittergrove. So those two have gotten a lot of the Stormlanders to start singing, and singing along without like getting up and going over there. It's just one of those camp songs that's drifting all through the camp because it's being sung by everyone that hears it at once. You do see, of course, the Sword of the Morning, sitting, Lord Edric Dane, sitting at a campfire, idly sharpening and unnecessarily sharpening Dawn, is sitting at a campfire with his former knight and now good uncle, the renowned Lord Beric Dondarion, who is also, they are sitting with Sir Damon Dane, the new knight of High Hermitage. So, pretty good sword fighter levels, all assembled at that particular campfire, singing a merry tune about Stormlanders beating Dornishmen. And as that song fades, a song about Dornishmen beating Stormlanders is picked up quite vocally by basically the entirety of House Corgyle. It's Lord Quentin, his son Sir Julian, and the younger son Sir Aaron, who are sitting rather protectively at a campfire with Prince Quentin Martell and Prince Oberyn Martell. So the more kind of prominent Dornishmen are there. You notice, of course, that the Sword of the Morning, Lord Edric Dane, sings both songs. He goes both ways. In this particular instance, in that he was squiring among Stormlanders, so he has friends there, but his heart is in Dorne, so he certainly is also singing the Dornish war tune. So yeah, just morale seems to be up pretty high. Waiting for you lot outside the pavilion is your young Squire Martin Lannister, who's gotten on really well with Sir Balin these last few years. You have not yet given Sir Balin a son, so you're a failure as a wife in that way, Bela. But in the meantime, he has been
Holy
getting
shit.
along. What? I'm just talking out of character here. I mean, yeah. But in the meantime, seeing him with Squire Martin, you know that when he has a son, it will be a grand affair, and they will get along just fine. So there's that going on. He's just kind of waiting to see what's needed. As the Dornish tune fades out, a Reacher song is started up by the Fossaway boys, Sirs Tanton, Brian, and Edward, with the deep bass accompaniment of the Strong Cider, your own Master-at-Arms, Sir Derek Fossaway. Also accompanied by Garth Greysteel Hightower, who is a deep, booming, barrel-chested knight of the Reach.
Very Hightower-esque.
There is no singing coming from Loras Tyrell, who sits at a campfire staring at Renly across from the campfire, who is also being stared at across from the campfire, but like the next campfire over, but like looking past their companions at that campfire to stare longingly at Renly, is Brienne of Tarth, armored up and ready to go, having followed Lord
Aw.
Renly here. So
He is very easy to gaze at.
and let's see, That's most of them. That's most of the ones that kind of went together socially. So morale seems to be pretty high. There are a few knots of knights and lords and the like that are talking low and serious about the morrow. But you feel like most of them are, you know, they're feeling pretty good about this. They got the whole fucking Golden Company as a surprise, like bonus army that showed up. So like to the men of the Reach, it feels like all the infantry of the Stormlands is here, and every archer and bowman in Dorne. And the Stormlanders and Dornish are like all the best knights of the Reach are here, right? And then everyone's like, oh shit, we even brought the Golden Company, right? Like just everyone's just like, yeah, we got this, man, right? They're feeling pretty good. And this is in large part because, again, as an out of character note, you guys have done really well at accruing allies this entire heckin' campaign. So an awful lot of them are gathered. And then a breathless late arrival as a few scouts doot, a little warning for riders coming in, except it's the like friendly riders on a horn. Sir Vannon Justman arrives, flanked by a pair of his brothers, and they're on like frothy, foamy, exhausted horses. They have clearly ridden much of the day and night to get here. And he dismounts near enough the tent that everyone that wants to can be here as he dismounts, and just says, I hope you'll forgive me that I could not bring more of the Riverlands host, but a small company moving fast need not shame themselves by missing this battle. So that's his apology for not bringing everyone.
That's fine. Welcome him.
You are muted, Robert. BT Dubs.
I'm sorry. I walk up to him, I ignore what he's saying, and I hug him. Yeah, no, my brother. Thank you.
He quickly holds you at arm's length. It's like, let me bathe first, but yes, it's good to see you.
I smelled worse. I had been on ship.
It's hotter in Dorne, but drier. And yeah, they've been riding hard.
I'll let him go clean up at that point.
Oh, that's so sweet.
All right.
There's another person I like. It's gonna be on the field of battle.
Can I just check? Is this like literally like day/night before the battle itself?
Before we're expecting them to arrive.
Yeah, they have made camp. Like they were making camp today, less than a day's march away. Like the plan is probably like they're gonna march a few hours, and you're gonna like march an hour. Battle is tomorrow, sometime in the AM.
Rusty, before Vannon walks off, I'm actually gonna stop him for a moment. Sir Vannon, if you desire it, I can call Balin to some duty if you wish words with my sister alone.
Oh.
I am as married as she is. The boy and girl we once were may have looked forward to such an opportunity, but the man and woman that we have grown into since know better.
Oh, my heart!
Adults who have promised others may still have words between them. If you wish it, I can still do it.
There's no need. She is, as I understand, the general of the army. If she would like to speak with me, she can find some excuse, I'm certain.
Her head is full of battle at the moment, but I clap his shoulder and I give him a little pat.
I love it. Like Lycaris just doesn't give up.
I'm not like saying go fuck her. I'm just saying, like,
are you fucking my sister or am I? Wait, what? Nothing.
We don't do that.
It was just more like if you had final words.
I know.
We all know. Okay. So I slap him on the arm and let him be.
So, is about what I have planned out of character, in terms of, like, those are kind of the knots of people that you notice. Septon Jim is making the rounds,
Oh,
but
yeah.
instead of just lingering at any one, like campfire camp area, he is just kind of walking around in case anybody goes, oh, right, a Septon. I'd like to follow him for a moment, right? Like, he is not saying, hey, who wants last rites or whatever. He's just being his companionable self, having a drink with a bunch of different people as he, but if anybody, like, wants to, they can catch up to him and have a talk. So he's doing that. And
This is an out character question. Have we specified what Ferris is going to be doing during the battle? I'm assuming some kind of medicing.
Yes, but you also know that he requested that you guys, like Korish Blacksmith, your super good armor dude from home, has spent the day repainting and otherwise modifying a breastplate taken from a killed Lannister scout. So Ferris will be donning a breastplate with his maester's robes, like, over it. So he will be armored, and somebody seems to have misplaced a sword belt. So he will be armed as well, but he plans to be a non-combatant,
Right.
helping people as a medic, but he is
Well,
armed, and
I mean,
yeah.
we know even when he's not armed, he will throw down if he has to.
You know, clerics are allowed to wield a mace. You may want to give him one of those.
Yeah, I mean, like, Adam's probably going to be, like, playfully, like, lascivious about, like, oh, like, you're so solid under your robes, Maester.
You're so hard with your armor.
But he'll kind of joke, just like, let none say that the sons of Tristan Sunderland are afraid of the sight of blood.
Oh, of course not. Certainly not you. You probably see more than your brothers do, with, medical matters. Anyway, I have a gift for you.
Mm-hmm.
I
like
only
Adam's-
just put the armor on, Adam.
I love you. But that's not what it is. And he's going to give him one of the coins that Bryce had in his pile from Yaitai, the ones with the hole in the middle. Like Adam, he gives a whole, he's like two of them, and like, one of these is for me, and one of these is for you. And I want you to put it on your person for luck. Because this was a reminder of an adventure that we had, and it is also a promise that we're going to go on more adventures after this. Neither of us is allowed to die tomorrow. I forbid it, as your lord.
And as your loyal maester that has only just now received yet another coin in your service, I will be certain to survive it. And he has a stray bit of, like, yarn or cord from one of the many pockets in his voluminous maester robes, and he uses it to loop the Yai coin with a hole in it, so that it is an added chain on his maester's links, an unofficial addition.
Yeah, that you know what, I had thought that would have been fitting, as I don't think that there is a chain link for adventuring. It seems fitting.
It's the entirety of the maester's chain that is meant to be the adventure, even if most of them have forgotten. I
had a whole lot of very poetic and profound words that I wanted to say, but they're all gone, and all I can say is that I love you very much.
Oh.
Those are the only ones I wanted to hear.
Right, I'm going to go and talk to some other people before I start weeping and make a fool of myself.
He lingers in the tent, probably to like double check that his makeshift knot will be fine, etc., etc., etc.
Yeah, and I think as Adam's kind of pulling away, he's sort of reluctant to let go of his hand, but does like sort of eventually gets to a distance where like his fingers can't actually hold on anymore and kind of
Yeah.
slips out.
Sweet. So sweet.
All right. There is a universally adored song making the rounds of the camp as the troops are trying to raise spirits, perhaps a little desperately the night before a battle. But this one is the Bear and the Maiden Fair. And you see Alisane Mormont is running around and lasciviously flirting with some handsome knight at like every campfire as people are singing it along and then like shoving her towards their buddy to be embarrassing. And then suddenly she is no longer bouncing from campfire to campfire, and instead she has hoisted Loris Tyrell over her shoulder, and now people are going, ha ha, a bear and a maiden fair, as Alisane Mormont, the she-bear,
Wow.
is toting around the indignant Loris Tyrell, but alas, readily makes no room to save him, nor does his older brother Willis, who's like, oh, my leg, I can't. Just stays at the campfire.
You know, if it keeps morale up and it makes Loris mad for the battle, I think it's all good.
So, yeah, spirits are high, the troops are laughing, and kind of, enjoying themselves. That's the new attitude for at least the next few minutes as they get that last kind of second wind burst of energy before everybody knows it's almost time to rest.
I guess like Adam would like have like a last sort of check in with his friends. It doesn't need to be like played out necessarily, but like if they're like within close proximity, it would be Ned and Little Robert and probably Oris.
They are scattered around the camp a bit. You find Ned with Lord Barrick, and by that point, Sir Balin Swan has joined them, along with Lord Bryce Caron and your own bannerman now, the Knight of Bittergrove, Roland Storm. Just a bunch of the Stormland bros, joined by Red Ronnet Connington, who is excitedly jabbering about his super cool uncle that he has gotten to reunite with, because he has like the faintest of memories of him, as like a 6-year-old, right? Before he ran off to be a sellsword.
He was the cool uncle and he vanished? Oh, that sucks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
The guy
yeah.
who always gave him like a $5 bill when he visited.
Yeah, the cool uncle. He lets me ride in his Jeep. And,
Yeah. He let me see her, like, it's like, oh, come on.
Like he sneaks me a beer and says, "Don't tell your dad."
Yeah. So yeah,
But yeah,
he's
so yeah, like Adam. I mean, it'd be like small things like asking Roland Storm how Bittergrove's doing, and like just like letting the people that are here know that like they're appreciated in general, but specifically by Adam for being here, and probably to quip to Ned that like if you keep sharpening that sword, it's going to be a toothpick by dawn.
Problems get hairy.
says, I'm not sharpening the sword, I'm cutting rocks.
Well, yes, you're showing those rocks who's boss. Certainly.
But yeah, everybody seems to be, under the Stormlander bravado. Everyone is aware that tomorrow's a big day, but everyone is feeling prepared for it. So that's the vibe there. over where you find Robert Frey. He has now, unfortunately, been surrounded.
Oh,
Where Aunt Elia and he were talking archery, and now
Oh no,
cousin
Elliot
Elia,
would break him.
Elia,
Okay, the other
your
Elliot.
cousin, is sitting on the other side of him, talking about how bows are a woman's weapon,
Ah,
no.
and Aunt Elia is like, yes, and spears are for girls. And like, yeah, so like they're talking shit to each other, and he's sitting there in the middle with his bow and like a big sturdy spear ready to go, and then like a sword on his hip, and he's just like, so he's feeling a little flanked and just catching shit from
Yeah.
them.
Can I rescue him?
Yeah.
I want to like be walking the camp, and I want to rescue him.
Yeah.
I think Adam's got this one.
Okay, Adam, good. Then.
I'm okay. I'm fine with us both rescuing him if that's.
Okay, well, you rescue, then I'll give you. I'll give them my version of rescue, which I'm sure is not good.
Fair enough. Yeah, like, I mean, Adam's just going to like quietly sort of like sit himself down next to Robert and not engage these two who are sniping each other.
As you sit down, Elia, cousin Elia, just goes, "See, a woman's weapon."
It kills men just as well as anything else.
That's her. That's the entirety
That's
of
her
her
big
response.
response.
Great comeback, Elia. Well done. Anyway. Yeah, it's just like give Robert a brief reprieve, and yeah, just probably similarly, just kind of like checking in with him, like how are you doing, and like I suppose also encouraging him because he can be a little anxious. So just be like, you have been defending Harrenhal like so well, you have 100% got this, and you know, we are going to be like right next to each other.
Yeah,
In
you
the
both
battle.
have companies of archers
Yeah.
to oversee, as does your aunt. So
Yeah.
yeah, like he's I'm fine, just checking the straightness of arrows, good fletchings, making sure that all the men have these flame arrows for that first volley,
Yes.
and they're not going to burn their hands with them right as the battle starts.
I'm sure it's going to be fine, and we're gonna put the fear up those lion fuckers.
So I think we'll be well enough.
Yeah, you're good. I'm very confident that things are going to be all right, and we're going to win, and then we're going to celebrate, and things will be good. There's an element of Adam, there's an element of Adam convincing himself in there as well. But yeah, he's trying to hype up his bestie.
Yeah. So yeah, he's just kind of, goes through the list of things that he is concerned about, but they're all things that have been addressed. So he's just like, he's been busy today, but he has also gotten some practice at leading men and hanging out with archer military dudes. So he's like,
I mean, like, yeah, he was not long knighted and got thrown in at the deep end being Master at Arms at Harrenhal, so he's like absolutely like had the baptism by fire, so to speak.
So he kind of gives a sigh. He's like, so, hi, all will be well, and then,
And then,
I would like it if you stood at me at the wedding.
oh, of course, Robert. Absolutely.
And not just to make me look taller. And then he
Well,
cracks and grins, but you can tell
you are quickly starting to catch up to me. So, I mean, if you want, I could walk on my knees if that would make you happier.
but yeah, you can tell that he is also anxious ahead of time about marrying Elena Westerling.
Yeah.
Not least of which because he's also going to war against the Westerlands tomorrow, and like he knows that he's not as worried as like Davin Lannister and the Strongboar, like,
Yeah.
but it's like, oh, this could be awkward. Like, what if they
Yeah.
pressed her dad into service just to be a dick, because Tywin Lannister is famously a dick, and so he's
Well,
just like,
yeah.
one more thing.
Adam's gonna give him like a little hug, and
Just-
say like, as long as you conduct yourself with honor, then you've done nothing wrong.
So he's
And I would be absolutely honored to stand by your side at your wedding.
so he has a list of anxieties that have all been addressed, as well as they can be. But he also knows he's about to see his second big battle, and the first one wasn't terribly pleasant. So it's just like, yep, nope, tomorrow sucks no matter what. So just seems
And-
like normal amount of nerves and preparation.
And I know you're going to be fine, but if by a tiny fluke you find yourself not being fine, you come and find me, and I'll make sure that everything's all right.
He gives a returning the sentiment nod.
Yeah, so I think like that's kind of going to be Adam's evening of just like being friendly with like everyone he can, probably including the core girl that he gave a bollocking to a couple of years ago, and just kind of he's going to try and foster good morale basically, and make sure that the people that he's in charge of are ready and that as well.
Alrighty. Anyone else got particular visits?
Yeah, so as Adam talks to our boy, Luke is going to lean into to Elia, kind of
one?
put a hand on her shoulder.
Cousin or aunt?
Cousin. There is no advice he can give to Aunt Elia that would be worthwhile. She has done it all.
Yeah, she has.
And he's just gonna say to her, kind of quietly, "Tomorrow's the battle. The boy's nervous. If you want anything from him, take him by the hand now and lead him away. There'll be no other chance." And I'll pat her on the shoulder and give her a little wink, and I'm gonna walk off.
She gives you a bit of a shocked look, like, I could go get any dick I want. Is that sort of an indignant look?
We've seen her try and fail multiple times.
It's fine. She can wrestle at that, but we'll give her a little wink back and walk off. I do want to do one more thing. I do want to find Bela.
So Erica, where does he find her?
Probably exactly where he left her.
So she's doing something that she did before the battle for the Vulture Vulture King. She is sort of just walking through the camp, kind of just going up and down the aisles of tents and campfires, kind of interacting with people that she comes across, just trying to assess morale, keep it up a little bit, be encouraging, and so you probably catch her as she's coming back down one of the aisles.
Bela,
Brother, yes.
can I talk to you for a moment?
Oh, sure, yeah.
Tomorrow, one, you're gonna do great, but should anything happen to me or my wife, will you look after little Mikar for me?
Of course, brother. Nothing's gonna happen. You're gonna be fine.
I mean, I can't die. I haven't died yet, so I can't die. That's just the rule of nature. But still, I feel better knowing you are there.
Yeah, have no worries. Everything will be taken care of.
Since apparently I only have one sister now.
Yeah, there's no spares now, right?
There's no spares. Not that I think our new queen will do anything that I would ever regret, but just Thank you.
Of course.
And I will give her a handshake and a clasp on the shoulder, a knightly clasp on the shoulder, as I view her as an equal as a knight, even if others don't.
Well, I return the gesture.
That's
Let's
Luke's
go
character.
win this.
Luke's character arc of growth is I finally see Bela as a person.
I see her. This was my
Episode 81.
If you guys go back to episode 2 where I go, women aren't people.
Well,
It's a
I mean,
famous quote. Go rewatch the entire library in case you don't believe me.
he's certainly
Click
come a
like
long way.
though when you do it.
I mean, he's definitely come a long way from Bailey. You're injured. You should ride in the cart with like the food.
Yeah, that was.
And then like her face was just like, if not for the laws of this land, I would end you.
She might have really should have been writing on the cart,
that
not
doesn't
on the
mean-
cart, but in the
I
carriage.
went-
But yeah,
Women's places in the back of the cart. Back there.
Just because it was good advice doesn't mean you should have said it out loud to her. That's all. This is Bela. All right then. Anyone else got any last minute scenes?
I guess for flavor, this isn't really a scene, but for flavor, I was going to distract her while I talked to Bela, I was going to introduce Red Rose to my wife. With the caveat that Rose does not run away with her, because that would anger me.
Sorry,
You are-
sorry, I wasn't sure if you were going to say something there.
Yeah, you are able to find her with Black Bryce and most of the rest of his crew. He has not got everyone here, but he took because a lot of them are like, no, we're supposed to fight on boats, so we're going to worry about that. But she did choose to stay, so she is over there. She somehow got into a cask of Nymerian Red that you guys brought along just because you were traveling. You're like, what? That's the one that went missing earlier. So she is just sitting and drinking, and she's actually chatting with your cousin Obara Sand, the eldest of the sand snakes, the big broad-shouldered one. They're sitting and sharing this small cask of wine, and talking about the battle that they were on the opposite side of, which was kind of how you guys met. Right? So, yeah, you find them, and they seem to be in decent spirits. You know,
I feel my wineskin from the pilfered barrel.
They're not insulting each other or anything, but they're hanging out. And yes, she will be led away in order to go meet the lady Velena Toland.
And then I'll go talk to Bela. That was the idea. I don't know why I fucked it up.
It's fine. Yeah, the two of them have some fun at your expense. That's just-
That's what I'm here for, to be honest.
yeah, that's basically the. So, yeah, the lady Velena is a bit more polite and faintly teasing at first, with just well, he certainly has a type. As this red-haired Dornish warrior woman approaches.
Fucking hot.
And then, you leave the two of them alone for about 45 seconds.
Yeah,
And then you look, and you see the Red Rose going was it just the cold water? Or... and then Velena is
I
like...
partly introduced this because I know Velena will defend me here, at least it was not the cold.
Velena will just say, well, it's been a few years. He was still growing.
Why did you say it
Well,
that way?
Well, I mean, cold water does make something shrink. So.
It's a grower, not a shower.
So those
Yeah,
two
I
are...
think we're in this Seinfeld episode where George is like, do you even know about shrinkage? What?
What?
So, you leave them having a good time at your expense. Some girlish giggles.
I accept it. When I'm this deep into the cups, then I will talk to Bela, do my emotional thing, and then just hang out until I pass out, basically, is my goal.
The last song of the night comes from your wayward reachman, Sir Albar Royce. You may recall, or Valeman, excuse me. You may recall he was touring Westeros with Miranda, getting Miranda betrothed to Sir Parman Crane. Sir Parman Crane is here.
Is Miranda
and
here by any
Albar,
chance?
no. Miranda
Okay.
stayed at Storm's End. Mary Crane would not be dissuaded from traveling as part of her throuple. But
I
Miranda
would
stayed.
expect nothing less.
Right?
But Albar Royce, who has been fairly quiet, keeping to himself, because the person that's here that he has talked to the most is the guy that's going to marry his sister, and they're both kind of standoffish, proud knights. So, like, neither of them is particularly, like, warm and friendly. So Sir Albar and his bristly mutton chop kind of badgery face, and he's just generally a kind of a standoffish, proud fellow. You haven't really seen him relaxing. He wasn't singing along with anybody earlier. Even with the bear and the maiden fair, he kind of chuckles a little instead of full on Rafflemayoing, right? And but here at the end of the night, as some of the campfires are being half kicked down to embers, and people are taking their watches and other going to rest, etc., his deep barrel chested singing voice rings out in a way that you imagine normally, like, literally echoes off the mountains of the Vale of Erin. And he starts to sing Jenny Oldstones. And that is our, like, end of episode slow song that lulls people to sleep, is this surprisingly fine singing voice from the kind of burly, hairy, brooding Albar Royce that lulls everyone to sweet sleep.
And credits roll.
And with that, we're going to go ahead and take our break. I know it's early, but once this thing kicks off, we're not going to
It's
want to
kick
stop.
it off.
So, let's do it. We'll be back in a couple minutes, everybody, and we will see you all in what is tomorrow morning in character.
And in order that we're sticking, we'll have lots of questions for people watching if they're in the chat, right?
Right.
So
When you have numbers and stuff, you usually request.
I'm going to go over it. We'll be fine.
Okay, well, I would just like stay tuned because we'll need you.
Exactly.
I can't help you, Rusty.
We're
Goddamn.
gonna need you.
I don't think everyone's going to be like, oh, the battle's starting soon? Deuces. And, like, closing Twitch, so I just assumed they'd want to stick around.
Violent, so I would.
All right.
We'll
see
All right, see y'all in a little
participate.
bit.
We'll see everybody after the break.
Bye.
1.
And we are back. We are picking up the next day, mid-morning, and forces are arrayed. This mighty southern host of Dorne, the Reach, and the Stormlands combined, with a contingent of Crownlanders in service to Stannis Baratheon, who is here and atop his horse, armed, ready to go, not far from his brother Renly. And of course, the Golden Company on one flank, with still primarily Westerosi arms and armor, but still they've got their own look to them. Some of them have been in Essos for a while, and they do have that habit of wearing lots of gold, and they don't quite mix in. But it is a large host currently, with an assortment of furled banners, still rolled and tied up as per the instructions of Rhaenys Targaryen. But the hosts are arrayed
Good.
on the northern side of the Ruby Ford and ready to go. And then massing across from them on the southern side is the red and gold host of House Lannister, supplemented by the Crownlanders near King's Landing instead of the north, where Stannis kind of runs from Dragonstone. So that's definitely predominantly a Westerlands host, but it's the Westerlands and most of the Crown Lands. It's a good-sized force that is here in its entirety, where some of your host has been left behind to garrison a few more places and to be ready for a naval battle and blah blah blah. It is an impressive and daunting sight to be on the wrong side of. And then, slowly, emerging from their side, is a rider in gleaming white armor with an all-white cloak, and advancing slowly on his horse. You see Sir Adam Marbrand, a Westerlander of good repute, dressed in the distinctive armor and cloak of the Kingsguard, flying a white banner and slowly advancing towards your lines and towards the middle of the shallows, basically.
My queen, I'm willing to meet with him if you'd like.
Right out, but let them know I will speak with Lord Tywin before this begins.
Adam, will you come with?
Of course.
I know nobody I'd rather have my side for negotiations. Or even just intimidation. We will leave our general queen behind.
I suspect you will be significantly more intimidating than I, but I'm here to support you.
But you would explain that to them.
What would you like me to explain to them?
How intimidating I am. So we will leave our queen and our general behind, and us useless boys will go out to the middle of the stream.
Well, you know, there is a valid strategy that is allowing the enemy to underestimate you.
Oh, let us hope they are as arrogant as Tywin Lannister will be.
So, you meet under the peace banner in the center of the Ruby Ford, with Sir Adam Marbrand, who's clean-shaven, has kind of coppery red hair, and fills out that Kingsguard armor like a Kingsguard should. He is no Boros Blunt. He is not, he is a warrior-looking fellow. You seem to recall hearing he trained with Jaime Lannister, for instance. And he is one that Davin Lannister has mentioned as a peer and a friend and a good man that he hopes not to meet. And he sits there
Have
all
we seen him
straight.
in tourney or fight before? I don't think we have.
I
we
believe
have?
you saw him at the Westerlands tourney.
Okay.
I don't. He might have actually been in the King's Landing tourney too, but it was 3 years ago in real life, so I don't want to open it up. But yes,
just look at the notes.
Yeah, he has good repute in for gallantry as well as ability. So he's one of those, right? But he's sitting there very straight backed, stiff posture. He looks like a Kingsguard knight should look, and he dips the flagpole to a crisp like 45 degrees instead of bowing or nodding, right? It's that sort of formal old style acknowledgement, and then he straightens it up again.
I don't know if we clarified this last session. What banners are we flying?
We're not flying any right this moment.
Right now, yeah, there are some, the individual, the pavilion tents have their banners, and some individual knights or lords, of course, have their colors.
The new Queen's banners have not been unfurled yet.
But the banners of the army are still rolled and held by slender threads. Yes. So, yeah, he gives you this kind of stiff and formal greeting. He says,
Sir Adam.
Sir, Lord, giving each of you a polite nod. I am here to parley on behalf of King Joffrey Baratheon, first of his name.
What is it you are here to parley about? I imagine our forces have your forces concerned.
King Joffrey is concerned only that one would seek to bar his path on this, his own road. Your army will disperse at once or be destroyed with quarter neither offered nor given.
I see.
He does not sound happy about saying this sort of thing. He's just like, fuck, but he is saying it.
Sir Adam, listen carefully, because what I say next is not casual or random speech, but very important. Your way is currently barred by the true Queen of the Realm, Queen Rhaenys Targaryen, and her forces. Our banners will be unveiled in moments if this is to go on. She, Her Highness, has empowered me to let you know she will speak only to Tywin Lannister. If this is to be resolved peacefully, you'll need but take a knee for this true queen. The woman you have taken vows to protect, though you know it not.
I am sworn to the service of His Grace King Joffrey Baratheon, first of his name. I know of no queen, nor do I know where you found one in whatever recent travels spymasters and their ilk must speak of when I am not around. But I will relay your message to the hand.
I will return to our camp and see what I am permitted to inform you of further if we were to meet again.
Before you depart, sir and Lord, Lord Adam, I wish simply to let you know that none of our forces were diverted by whatever handful of Dornishmen were being sent to Harrenhal. Your castle, Lord, remains unmolested.
Thank you for bringing me that information.
He gives a polite little, nod, bow. I'm being polite and civil.
Yeah, Adam's meeting that energy as well of just, I'm being polite, but
Luke is also on his best behavior at the moment. He's trying real hard. Yeah.
It occurs to you that coming from a less honorable knight, or if this honorable knight was pressured to say so by a less honorable man, it's also a way of saying, you have split your forces, we have not. Right? It's kind of a way to go, we brought our big guns, we didn't lose anybody, you know, so it could
yeah.
be,
I get the message, but it's also intel we didn't have.
yeah, so it
So-
could be meant as intimidation instead of civility. It could be meant as civility instead of intimidation. But
The ambiguousness of deception.
but then, yeah, he sits and waits for you two to leave first, as he was the one that offered parley. He should leave second, he has decided. And as you turn, he again dips the flag a polite amount, and then pulls it back upright. And
I'm
turns.
going to ride directly to Reyna.
Who is a horse? And waiting.
Sir Adam Marbrand, they have come to come to parley with whatever rebel lord of this host they believe runs it. I have told them this host is not led by a rebel, but the true queen of the realm. If we are to unveil our banners in your intentions now, I think that would aid our cause, though I doubt they will back up either way.
No, the Joffrey can't stand down, or he completely loses all credibility.
And we are on the far side of the river, let them come to us. This is a good strategic place to be. But the point is, if you are to announce yourself, McQueen, now is the time. We also know they did not split any forces to head towards
Adam's house.
Adam's house. That's the name I was going for.
I just wanted to be not helpful while you were trying to remember it.
Adam's house.
There is a movement in the enemy lines, and this is not a single rider makes his way to the front. This is we split the army with drilled precision to make room, and slowly moving at a horse walk, not like a gallop. This isn't a charge. You see a host. Yeah, some of them are high stepping, kind of fancy. You see 7 Kingsguard riding your way slowly on horseback, with a pair of riders behind them.
All right.
Both in partially gilded armor. One large, one smaller.
I think I know who this is.
My vanguard are the Strongboard, Renly, Loris. They're wearing white cloaks over their armor, and their armor has been painted and enameled with the Nymerian red.
Fuck yeah.
You know, at
So
high
it's-
points, not the whole
yeah.
thing.
So it's Kingsguard white, but with Nymerian red instead of like Game of Thrones TV show gold. Right? So like where that's got the gold trim, this is a deep Nymerian red trim. So she has chosen 3 members of her Queen's Guard, it would appear, and currently the Stormlands have no Lord Paramount. So just like legally, it occurred to me, no one's in charge down there. Chaos. Oh Lord, Lady Olena's taken over while you guys are gone. Just declaring herself.
Lady Elena is
Anyway.
control.
So there's those
So
3.
dreadful, this castle. Redesign it.
And you
Add
guys are,
gardens.
I planned on taking the 3 of my siblings.
So your 3 siblings, there's those 3. You've got room for 2 more people to meet 9 and 9.
You should. That was a holy number, though. So it's up to you.
I'll bring Septon, Jim, and Oris.
All right. A brief call goes out, and Squire Martin Lannister runs to fetch folks with a few hollers and stuff. Septon Jim looks slightly surprised and faintly amused, and he is dressed as a man-at-arms. Like he is in plate and mail. He is not wearing Septon's robes today, but he hasn't got like house stuff on it because he is technically a Septon, not a knight. in your service or whatever, right? So he is in kind of plain.
Bitch. This
What's up?
shouldn't be Oris. It should be Fannin since we're in the Riverlands.
Okay, you could get Van. Yeah, it's fine. You could have said Vannon instead. That's fine. Oris will make his entrance later, as no one has yet seen him bedecked for battle. So yeah, you've got Vannon instead is just fine. Stannis rides up, not far from like where he was, but he kind of like takes the spot that Queen Rhaenys and Baela were in. Like he is like, I'll lead the army if they kill you with catapults, or right, like he's like, I'm on deck, right? So he
He's on
gives
deck.
a nod of, I'm next in line, and he sits there stately atop his warhorse.
As we ride out, I'm gonna look to Baela. Ready to fight some more Kingsguard, Baela.
Yeah, not the first time, and this should be very fun.
Should be the last.
I give her a little grin.
All right, you are joined by Sir Vannon, who is actually now Lord Vannon Justman. He is using the old balanced scales that were used by the original House Justman, except
Ooh.
his are black to reflect his Bracken and Blackwood heritage. They are black on a yellow field. So it's the yellow field of House Bracken, the black of House Blackwood. So it's, kind of a black on gold sort of motif, but he is bedecked as a lord should be. And he gives a nod of kind of gratitude for including him and remembering that he is here. And so you lot will slowly ride forward, and you can't help but check the lineup. Sir Adam Marbrand is at the far end of the line with the flag of peace. Lord Commander of the Kingsguard, Sir Meryn Trant, leads the surviving member of the Kingsguard you are familiar with, Sir Mandon Moore. You will recall from your time in King's Landing, Robert/Lucaris, Sir Mandon Moore was the next in line that Sir Aaron Santagar, Master-at-Arms of the Red Keep, was afraid of after Jaime Lannister and Barristan Selmy. It was Sir Mandon
That's pretty
Moore.
impressive then.
And from seeing Sir Mandon fighting, the handful of times that you ever saw actual fights, but even just sparring, and even as you guys just pull up close, Sir Mandon Moore just has like dead fucking eyes. He never looks angry when he's sparring. He never looks angry when he's hurting people. He never looks happy. He is just like full-on sociopath, no emotions ever showing. And to a passionate, fiery Dornishman like Sir Aaron Santagar, who is also, for the record, like he's here in the fight today. But that is a scary thing because it's hard to like predict and manipulate and read. This guy is just, in modern terms, it's just a perfect poker face. He just looks bored, whatever he's doing.
I will, as you ride up, I will look at him and I'll nod to Baela and go, that one's dangerous.
I think we'll be alright.
Next in line is Sir Lancel Lannister, looking to Jaime Lannister as Renly looks to Robert.
Right.
Right? Just a little bit smaller, a little bit prettier. He is supposed to be a decent fighter, etc., etc. He is dwarfed by the man next to him, however, Sir Osfrid Kettleblack. You may recall the Kettleblack lads being about 6.5 feet tall, etc., etc. He does not look exceptionally tall. Seated next to Sandor Clegane,
Ugh.
the
Oh.
Hound in white.
This fucking
I-
guy.
I need not say anything about him, I suspect.
And then the last two members are both Westerlanders. Sir Adam Marbrand, as you've already seen, who is joined by Sir Robert Brax, the second son of House Brax, who you guys have traveled with for
Yeah.
quite some
Yeah.
time. He has been a guest in your home, etc., etc. While Sir Adam has a kind of reluctant but dutiful look on his face where he was like, I don't want to be saying no quarter, but I will. Sir Robert actually gives you guys a look, like this is not how I wanted to.
What's that supposed to
Like,
do?
I didn't know this was gonna be you guys, right? Like, it's that kind of, half. I don't want to say embarrassed, but that look when you run into somebody in the halls for like the fourth time at work. That like, oh, it's you guys. Hey. So he's like, you know, I was thinking I might see you guys an attorney next time and be like, check out my dope ass cloak. And instead, it turns out that this upstart Riverlander rebellion is you guys.
Surprise! The dragons have returned.
Yeah. So he gives you a fairly kind of personable, almost self-deprecating look of like, what's up, guys? Yeah, Marin Trant does not have a particularly pleasant look on his face. Maiden Moore looks like nothing. Lancel and Osfred are both trying to look arrogant, right? Adam Marbrand is looking stoic and dutiful. Robert Brax is looking
Uncomfortable.
yeah, and they're like, yeah, this is not. I thought this is gonna go.
Okay.
And then they part, like they're spaced out with a little more room than they need. So just as you guys are about to arrive, the center of the line shifts to the sides just enough. The sea of white parts and a pair of gilded figures emerge, and it is the hand of the king, Lord Tywin Lannister of Casterly Rock, and his grandson, nominally King Joffrey Baratheon, first of his name, technically, and if you're allowed to legally proclaim him so, Joffrey Waters, a bastard born in King's Landing.
Joffrey, many bastards do great. Look at the Justman.
Right?
So you are met by the hand of the king,
All
the
right.
king, and the king's guard.
All right. Well, when we ride up, I expect, I want the Stromboar on point, and then as we approach, we close. He's gonna give me point, and when I take point, the banner should drop. That's the cue.
Okay. So, as you go riding through the shallows of the Ruby Ford in slow motion, the camera pans low and the cool music starts, and in the distance behind you, the black banners of House Targaryen unfurl and snap in the Riverland breeze. So that looks pretty cool. You guys are doing your slow motion side by side approach as those banners fall free. Joffrey breaks the stiff formal silence of parley with, "You can't do that! Take those down! Those banners are treason! My father killed the last Targaryen! You're just Nymerians! Take those flags down! Take them down! That's it!
Oh wow.
Whoa.
That sort of thing. And he gets cut off
He's
by
ready
the
to go
hand of the hand of the king, literally reaching a hand up and clapping him on the shoulder. And Joffrey flinches like a dog whose leash has been tugged a lot. He jumps and starts and silences. And then Tywin just sits and looks at you lot flatly.
I
waiting.
ignore Joffrey entirely. My eyes are on Lord Tywin. He is the power here, not Joffrey.
Absolutely.
But Joffrey has the fancy hat.
I don't give a shit about his fancy hat.
Shoot that fancy hat right off his head.
And that's Lord Tywin. This is the first time we've had the pleasure to meet each other. I'm Rhaenys Targaryen, born of Prince Rhaegar Targaryen and Princess Elia of House Nimros Martell. I am here for justice and the throne.
He gives it a moment. You are Lady Rhaena Nymerian, heir to some valley very far away. I do not know who has told you lies, young lady, and spun these fanciful thoughts into your head, but perhaps you should return to your home before anyone else gets hurt.
Silence. She wields Dark Sister. She's a Targaryen, true-born as they come. You will show your respect.
Can tell.
I've been raised.
Just in that moment, like, Adam is so proud of Luke for that because it's like, oh, that was perfect.
I've been raised the heir to House Nymerian. But that is not who I was born, and that is not who I am. Smuggled from the Red Keep. My mother gave up much to protect my life, and I have remained ignorant of such until most recently.
Don't. 1 second.
Oh, time attacked her.
Damn it, where'd she go?
How do you play advanced decking techniques?
I have hollered. I got a squealed "oh no" from the other room, so she is gonna try and disconnect and reconnect.
Lost. I'm so sorry.
Oh my god, so unprofessional.
All right. So
She was done. She said her piece and she was like, I'm out of here.
I was like,
Yeah.
oh yeah. I yanked the cord because that's when the poison hit. So I just disconnected Felicia, and I was gonna describe it all to you guys, but I guess
so detailed.
Anyway,
so. Your mother gave up much to keep you safe. Blah blah blah.
and my mother gave up much to preserve my life, and now I am here to achieve justice for my mother's sacrifice and that of my brother and that of some unknown girl who died in my place.
By your man's hand. I say with all the venom I can muster the Dornishman.
Very well. It would seem that there is no clearing your mind of these delusions, nor convincing these followers of yours that you have tricked into risking their lives for your own. How unfortunate for you.
Trickery. The only trickery performed here was by your children. And I glance at Joffrey now, contemptuously, putting a bastard on the throne.
Joffrey starts to open his mouth to answer, and Tywin does a thing to his shoulder, and he stops. Like, he just keeps his hand there, and he
that will not
tightens
speak
it.
his mind. I'll say that to rile Joffrey up.
Tywin gives him a small kind of push, pull, shove thing, and Joffrey looks indignant, but then wheels his horse around and starts to leave. a couple of the Kingsguard peel off to go with him. Honestly, like it's Marbrand, Brax, and Maiden Moore are the three that peel off to leave with the king. The other couple are staying and giving you lot stink eye. But Lord Tywin answers, the sort of king that has nothing to say to bandits such as yourself, who have made the mistake of wandering too far afield from your stony, arid home.
Ah, but I am at home here on the Trident.
Oh. Yeah.
It may yet be your grave. And he turns and tugs on the reins to lead his horse away. Marin Trant has just been giving Bela seductive looks. this whole
Rematch
time.
time.
Seductive
wait.
looks.
Sorry, that was the wrong emote. He's been giving her just death
It
glares.
still seemed weirdly in character.
So he's been giving her death glares. Osfrid and Lancel have just been glaring across at you guys. Osfrid has Vannon locked in his sights. They are half brothers. You may recall. Well,
Yeah.
not really. Yeah, but they're half brothers. You may recall. It looks like maybe Osfrid thinks if he kills Vannon, he gets the Riverlands or something. Who knows? Cattle Black Boys didn't strike as particularly bright. But he definitely looks like he wants to kill Vannon. Lancel is like trying to look intimidating at Septon Jim, but he also is like, I don't know who the fuck this guy is. Like, he's not even, is this just some sellsword? Like, he's not wearing anyone's colors.
This is
not-
murderous Jim, the sellsword from Essos.
He's just like, I don't know who the
Dothraki hordes have turned on
Yeah.
his visage.
It's like they have the Golden Company, but this can't be John Connington. He's of an age, but there's no gold. I have more gold than he does, So he's like, you can tell he has tried to assign himself to intimidate Septon Jim, but A, he has just no idea who the fuck it is, and like B, Septon Jim is just bemused by it. Like he's just like, whatever, kid. Like it is not in Septon Jim to be intimidated by most people in this setting. And then there's Sandor Clegane, who is just looking at all of you without malice. The same way he turns his head to give Joffrey a glance and look at him without respect. Like, you're all just like, he's a butcher, and you're just slabs of meat that have been laid on a counter, right? He's just like, oh, ho-hum, another day of work, right? That's the look that he has on his face. There's
you
nothing.
have to respect it. Like,
It's the same look that he had at the Trial of Seven, where you guys might recall you faced him before. He doesn't look like he gives a single fuck who he kills.
Like Cousin
It's
Will,
just-
or
No. Cousin Will fought a Crownlander. I think initially,
That was Sir Richard Horp.
yeah, he was the one that fought Will. I think initially Oris squared off with Sandor, and then he started getting double and triple teamed.
Well, no, because
was it
Oris-
Vannon?
no, Oris fought both the Kettle Blacks and Sir Lynn fought the Hound.
Right. Yeah.
It
It
was
was,
Lynn. Yeah, you're
yeah.
right.
And then the Hound started to get double teamed and stuff, and then he was just eventually like, "Fuck this, I'm out." Like he just was, like once he started fighting like 3 people, he just gave up.
I
angrily.
get it.
But yeah,
Right.
that's the look on his face is just like, this is just another day. This is just work. He doesn't seem to care, right? Like it's just.
I don't know if it will come up, but was it common knowledge in King's Landing that him and his brother are not friends?
Probably not.
Okay.
They don't really you don't really talk about Gregor Clegane very often. He doesn't often show up at
like the
tourneys.
Clegane Times with all the
Yeah.
gossip rags, but
Like, he doesn't seem exceptionally warm towards his brother, but yeah, just doesn't.
Hey, who is?
You also don't exactly hang out with him, and he doesn't seem very warm towards anyone. So,
You know, sometimes how to divorce like what you would
Yeah.
know in game versus like what you know from reading the books or whatever.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
yeah, he just doesn't seem very close with his brother, but he
Okay,
just
okay.
seems to hate everybody. So,
yeah, okay, fair.
And we
but
don't ever see them together.
but he doesn't seem to not hate his brother, right?
Right.
So you're like, oh, okay, so whatever. But anyways, so that's what you guys are left with. It's a half-assed kind of stare down. Maiden Moore isn't looking at like anyone, in particular. He doesn't care if people are intimidated by him or not. He's just like here to do a job. It's kind of like Clegane, but with less malice, because just less feelings in general. So it's a different flavor of serial killer. Yeah. Any response from Bela for Sir Marin Trent, who is his horse is occasionally like high stepping and its tail is twitching and like you can tell he is tense and anxious and wants to be fighting you right now, and that shows in his horse and how it's carrying
while
itself.
we were there at the meeting, I was paying more attention to their troops and their lines and how they were organized, and not really paying any attention to Marin Trant, except for when we turn around to leave, where I start whistling the well-known song.
The tune.
Yeah.
So Marin Trant. Oh, well, that's even better. Of like you are beneath my notice. It's even better. Amazing.
He looks like he's definitely going straight to 4chan to post about you as soon as he gets home on his incel board.
First of all, this new tweet is way too woke.
Yeah. That's the
woman leading their army.
He has the furious incel look of I'm a good knight, why won't you fight me? Right? Like that type of vibe. That's his thing. So eventually, like Sandor Clegane,
my logic is I feel bad.
Yeah. Sandor Clegane turns and leaves. Maybe he's just going back to the lines to get a sandwich. Like he just looks bored. Like he doesn't care. But yeah, and eventually, it's left with Lancel Lannister and Osford Kettleblack, both trying to like sneer, and they both want to be like the last one to turn away. So it gets a little bit farcical as their brittle egos, but eventually they will also turn and leave. And that's how the parlays went. Not super well.
We weren't really. I mean, they weren't. I don't think anyone was really
Nobody was expecting them to go very well.
Yeah.
I wasn't expecting it to come to terms.
Yeah.
I was just announcing myself.
Shall we return to camp and unfurl the banners then, my queen?
Robert's a good listener. No, you're not. The banner's unfurled already. When you guys were riding forward in slow motion.
Yeah.
When the Queen's Guard parted and they could see their queen was when the banners unfurled behind you guys.
Oh, so a minute ago you were being sarcastic. Okay, yeah, I'm at speed.
Yeah,
It was a thing.
I drink a lot. In character, so...
all right. You are able to return to your lines unmolested. And it looks like there's gonna be a fight. So,
right then.
Let's go over how this is gonna work out of character, while Bela is snapping some quick orders and making adjustments to the line of battle based on what she saw in character. So, out of character, what's gonna happen? Everybody, listen up, chat. This is important for you as well. Is we're going to do kind of a round at a time, and it's going to go in our traditional Nymerian order of oldest to youngest. We're going to go with the Queen, Rhaenys Targaryen, the heir to Wyvern's Rest, Bela, Sir Lucerys, and then Adam the Archer. Every round. And they are going to be presented with the broad strokes of the battle, but individually with a random NPC. I have made a list of a lot of prominent NPCs from the last 3 years, and I have organized them by letter. Now, as a warning, I have taken a bit of liberty with the letter organization. Some of them were organized by first name instead of last, because otherwise some letters had like 10 people and some letters had like one. So I tried to kind of even it all out. So there are several options on each letter. But every round, chat, you're going to give me a letter. And then from within that letter, I am going to roll or choose from the NPCs on my secret list. And then I'm going to roll a d3. That d3 roll is going to determine how deep of shit that person is in. And that's going to modify the roll that our Nymerian or Targaryen makes to A, advance the battle, and B, if they choose, to increase their difficulty and try to assist that NPC, or if it's an enemy, capture that NPC, or what have you. So, they're going to be trying to accrue a total of degrees of successes in order to win the battle. And or they're going to be kind of losing some degrees by increasing the difficulty to try and assist an NPC every round. So just like in big movies that have these types of battles, often the camera is following a certain character at a time, and you see them for a frantic 4 or 5 seconds killing dudes or whatever. That's what's going to be happening. Because it is the NPCs that have kind of carried this game, and that you, the players, have gathered up and built this army with. So it's those NPCs that are going to be kind of at stake and what is winning the battle for you. Now, a couple of these selections aren't just an NPC that's in trouble in a fight. A lot of them are NPCs in trouble in a fight because a lot of your NPCs are fighty NPCs because it's Westeros and that's how shit gets done. But some of these spots are kind of side plot events that are tied to a character that will lead to either a brief montage elsewhere, a flashback, or a dramatic flash forward to show, hey, you rescued so-and-so, this is how they're helping you after the fight, right? So a lot of them are going to be battlefield issues where somebody needs saved. Some of them are going to be battlefield issues where just somebody needs to be captured instead of killed, or you can catch somebody before they make it back to their lines. So some are good, some are bad, some are lots of things. It's going to be a thing. I don't know exactly how it's going to go because there's the randomization of chat giving me letters and then the dice choosing who it is and how difficult it's going to be. And you don't know how it's going to go because I'm making this up with my own just Word document that I spent the last few weeks populating. So, stakes. That's it. We're bringing stakes to the game. If the Nymerian players choose, they can just roll and their best skill every turn, ignore what's going on, win the battle, and let all of their beloved NPCs die. And that would reflect a very reckless battle plan where a lot of the troops die, but you get a victory, right? So it's up to the players. So Bela, set the stage if you want to with the broad strokes of how your troops are arrayed, and then we're going to go to Reyna to kind of kick things off with our first round. But I want Rainey's, excuse me. Our first action is going to be something to kind of motivate the troops. And then we'll go from there. It's such a classic Hollywood trope. You've got to give the little speech before the battle starts. So, Bela, give us the battle lines as Rainey's prepares to give her speech.
All
I
right,
didn't
so
think about it.
imagine the command tent with all of the important figures there, and Bela opens up with a little map that's on the table, and she points to the line in the trident as the camera like goes and focuses down on the map, and you just sort of get like this visualization of like the tridents and the rivers and the two forces. She says, all right, here's our battle line. She says, over here on the left, this is where the Golden Company is going to organize. They're self-sufficient and very well led, and they'll be able to handle themselves on our left flank, especially with the elephants, which could cause a problem if they were to get too close to our horses. So they will at least stay on the left with the elephants to not cause any potential conflicts. On the right, we have our heavy infantry in the middle of our forces with wider and more mobile spears outside of that. We have archers behind all of the infantry, and I, point that out right behind there, dragging my finger across the map. Then off to the side, we have light cavalry, and then first heavy cavalry, and then on the outside, our light cavalry. There's also guerrilla fighters that are good at sneaking around and catching people unawares, and they will be there to back up if the cavalry gets swarmed somehow on that side. And we have additional cavalry in the back to make a later charge to break any efforts to regroup by the Lannisters.
All right. So, a force of probably about 25,000-ish is arrayed behind you, Queen Rainey's, in a pretty logical order of battle that your fiercest and closest companion has arrayed. Have we got anything rousing, or are we keeping it short and to the point?
Is that a question for all of us, or just...
It's a question for Queen Rainey's. Doesn't have to be like super long. Robert the Bruce kept it pretty short at the end of Braveheart, and everybody knows how accurate that movie is.
Better Scottish laughter.
I just wanted to do that to see if I could break Ash one last time before the campaign ends.
Okay.
Do you want?
Rusty warned me that I was going to have to make a speech, and then I promptly forgot. So I've had like a week and a half to do this, and I didn't do it.
Wow.
Yeah, I know.
Do you want the shortest one I can think of that would be kind of badass?
Copy and paste my speech from my Star Trek game, but it is not going to fit at all.
It's fine. I think he's sending me something, but I'm gonna take the field. Obviously, I'm out there. I'm fighting. I'm in a group of cavalry, and
I have a 12-worder ready to go.
Send it
that
to
I
me.
just thought of.
Because you're better at words than I am, Mr. Writer Man.
It's almost like a haiku.
Oh, that is kind of a haiku. But I do want... Okay. Alright. Yeah. Who's typing? Oh.
Sorry. I was just responding to that, sorry.
You're good. Here we go. That's actually really good. So that's what I'm gonna go with.
So yeah, there you go. That was what I, off the top of my head.
I
wish I'd known. I wish
Easy.
I'd.
Here's how it goes.
Damn.
This is actually not bad, and it's usable here.
Like,
So
actually not bad and usable. Thanks, professional writer man. You did kind of okay in
Right.
15 seconds.
I like your sex option.
Like actually usable.
I have a whole anti-Romulus speech ready to go. If you need a
Can't wait
recipe.
for that
So,
5-star review on Amazon.
I'm sorry.
he's gonna be 3 out of
Alright.
4 stars because it's too woke.
Anyway,
Yep. All right.
Alright,
So,
so my big speech is a haiku, and it's gonna end with a bang. So it's gonna be, my father died here, and with your help, I will not. And then fire and blood, and then comes this wave of arrows out of the sky, flaming
All right.
arrows.
so with that, now we will kick off these rounds. A sheet of flaming arrows. Each archer got 1 flaming arrow, and you guys have a host of thousands of archers. So this is something of a ranging shot, mostly an exclamation point and statement of intent.
Yeah,
And
a big flaming fuck you.
yes,
We like
So-
fuck you on each arrow before we fire them off.
so a wave of flaming arrows fills the sky and leaves a trail of smoke behind them. And it's like a modern day starter's pistol going off. And like that is the cue as both sides begin their assorted initial plans for charges of various stripes. And it does not take long for the battle to turn into the bloody, awful chaos that invariably ensues. So we're gonna cut away from the action for a moment, as the camera then slowly drifts back upstream from downriver, and the water downriver is clear, bubbling blue, and then the camera slowly gets closer, and there's streaks of red in it, and then the camera gets closer and closer until the camera is in the shallows here at the Ruby Ford, and we kick things off with our first, which is a K. And I will roll that, and we got evens. So it is time for Rainies to go first and think of a cool thing to do to kind of just help win the battle. Your additional stake, your complication that catches your mind for a moment is that you don't see Kevin Lannister anywhere. Do you want to increase the difficulty of this roll by 5 in order to try and look for him on the battlefield, and in doing so, resolve the Kevin Lannister question? So you don't see him just yet. While you're leading your charge, do you want to be scanning the lines and try to find Kevin Lannister? Or do you want to not worry about that right now, ignore Kevin Lannister, and just attack?
No, he's on my short list of people I would like to survive here. From that side,
He was okay.
yeah. So
So-
I will take the hit to
All
find
right,
him.
so as your group of cavalry are charging, you kind of do this like Sherlock Holmes slow motion thing as you're scanning the line and trying to find Kevin Lannister because you know he's a good target. So let's go ahead and do this as like a fighting plus your like let's do like a full cavalry thing if that's what you're after. And let's make this difficulty 10 that is bumped to a 15 by the Kevin Lannister distraction.
So fighting.
Yeah, it's going to be fighting plus your bonus dice for sword.
Okay.
Plus your bonus dice for ride.
Oh.
Or is it animal handling? It's full animal handling, isn't it?
Yeah, it's animal handling, but ride's a bonus.
Right. So those are all going to be your bonus dice. You're going to roll all of those, and then we're not going to take one off of the charge. So keep your fighting, and then add, and then add 1 to the total because you've got a cool sword that is, is pretty good. So rolling a bunch of dice, keeping your fighting, and then add 1 to the total.
All right, I rolled. My fighting is 3 plus 2 for long blades plus 1 for ride. So I rolled 6 dice, and I rolled 3 6s.
You have your expertise long blade, right?
So yes.
Right.
Yes.
So keep 4.
Oh yeah. Okay then. So that is 23 plus 24.
23, total of 24.
Yeah.
So
plus
all right.
1 for 24. For Dark Sister.
So it was difficulty 15. You got a 24. That will be a degree of success and 1 bonus degree. As you charge the line and you go roaring headlong into a line of Lannister pikemen, knowing that you have to break them before they can fully solidify and plant their pikes.
Yeah.
But you're catching them unawares on the rocks of the shallows, and you've got to rush. You got to rush them. Can't let them set those pikes. You don't see Kevin Lannister. And instead, the Kevin Lannister plotline is resolved as he stands anxiously on the ramparts in King's Landing, looking to the north and west, wondering how the expedition to the Riverlands is going, where he has been left in charge of the city, as he currently sits as Master of Laws on Joffrey's small council. And Tywin did not want to risk him and the rest. So, Kevin Lannister is not on the field today and will be surviving.
Okay.
So that resolves that first pay, and hopefully gives people a little bit of an idea of how this might be working. Bela, you are up next, and you have begun to see. Oh no, I just saw the letter you got. It's a J. Bela, you're watching your battle plan unfold, and the good news is I only rolled for a +5 difficulty on this one, so they're not. It's early in the battle. It'd be fairly easy to divert some troops or to go yourself. But as you're surveying the field and watching how this clash of battle lines is going, you notice that Sir Vannon Justman and his pair of Blackwood Knight brothers that arrived with him late last night are in danger of being cut off, which could very easily lead to them being captured or killed. And as you look around for someone to send for that or to look and see where else you might be needed, you see that the same is also true of Septon Jim, who is fighting side by side with Sir Adam Bridington. So those two are riding next to each other and like facing each other. So they're watching each other's flank as they're circling and surrounded by Lannister pikemen. But then also Sir Vannon Justman and his brothers are in danger.
So I have to choose?
You have to choose one of them to help. Note, just to be clear, because I only rolled a 1 on the D3, this is not going to be lethal for either side. But it's still a thing that will need some help. And this is why I groaned when I saw that you got the J. So I was like, oh, we'll give Bela that choice between her childhood crush and her childhood septum and the man that taught her to ride. Fuck the letter J.
They never said that on Sesame Street.
Yeah, this is not the only such choice that players might have to make, depending on what letters arrive. So, Uh,
like,
two groups of people are in peril. You know, again, this is for out of character transparency, but within character justification. They can do more by capturing the upstart lord of the Riverlands. He might be executed later if they win the battle, but that's if they win, right? And they're probably not going to straight up kill a Septon. But so both of these little knots of people are in danger of being surrounded and probably captured instead of killed.
You know, Lash, they localize Sesame Street to every region, so the Westeros version probably does have this kind of thing in it a lot.
I had already made up my mind earlier, so the out of character stuff is nice to know. It didn't impact.
Okay.
I'm going to command some of those guerrillas, like one unit of guerrillas, to quickly move and to sort of like, because they're a little bit more stealthy, maybe they're in a better position to move there quickly.
Yeah, they're hugging the flanks and yeah.
Yeah, so I'm gonna have them go to assist the Justmen.
All right. So Septon Jim and Adam Bridington are left to fend for themselves as you choose duty, or perhaps childhood crush. And likely Bela will stay up at night wondering which it is that made her make this choice. We're going to call this one difficulty 10 total.
Okay.
So,
I
what are we
have
looking
a
at?
19 on my warfare strategy
Sounds good.
test.
So, all right. That is enough, or a success and an extra degree of success. You are able to, in a flurry of spears, short, Dornish throwing spears, just a swarm of them comes out of nowhere, just as one of Vanon's brothers falls from the saddle, and the other one is stooping to pull him up behind him on his horse, and Vanon is wheeling and his horse is kicking with a move that was taught to him by Sir Adam Bridington. And he creates enough space, and the flurry of spears cuts a line through the Lannister forces threatening to envelop them. And Justman and his brothers are able to get away. And off to one side, you see the horses fall from beneath Septon Jim and Sir Adam Bridington. But you don't see the knot of a dozen Lannister pikemen keep hacking and come up with pieces or whatnot. So those two look like they're injured, captured type of thing. But you take heart in the knowledge that they're probably not going to just execute a Septon for this. All right. That brings us... Uh-oh. It just clicked in my head that it was the Z. So the Z is Rusty Zimmerman chooses. That was the Z that I had.
Hey, how's it going, buddy?
I guess. Technically, it's just Zimmerman chooses. Felicia, would you like to pick a letter? This will be for Lucaris's challenge.
Just so I can see the scene, Lucaris' last actions would have been he kissed his wife, and he took his position what I can only imagine would be the vanguard of the charge.
Right. So get ready for a cool horse charge. But yeah, it just says Zimmerman chooses. Like, that's what I wrote.
How will you screw me over, Felicia?
So going by the rules, this could be Felicia Zimmerman chooses instead of me.
I picked an N.
You did?
Yeah.
Yeah, you told me to pick something.
Okay. Okay.
Bring it on. This is what I'm here for.
We're gonna get through them all.
Die gloriously.
Okay. This is all right. Yeah. Okay. We gotta do it.
Will raise my car. I'll be fine. As it goes.
This is the one that I was worried I was gonna cry on. So, we're gonna do this early because Anne N is for Nymerian,
Uh-oh.
which could be some of you, but I told myself that the first of them would be this. So, as Luke prepares to charge, and in fact charges, you will have no difficulty modifier on this roll, Luke. You're going to be rolling fighting plus handling plus spears, etc., at difficulty
That's a
10.
good roll, at least.
So there's that. But as Luke is doing that in slow motion, the sounds of battle fade, and we get a voiceover in the voice of the narrator in this, of course, is Christopher Plummer, Grandpa Maker Nymerian. He
The very last scene, if you Liz, will be him closing the book he wrote, Sea of Spears.
To my family, Elston is in his chambers. Check on him that the sweet sleep treated him not unkindly. Apologize to him for my cowardice. I could not say farewell to my oldest friend. God damn it, it's happening. I knew it was going to happen. All right, sorry. I could not say farewell to my oldest friend. I know that he will. I know that he will take this poorly, but I also know that he would have tried to stop me. It may feel queer that you find me where I lay. I have never once prayed to the old gods of the north, of course, but I am of old blood, so why does it not fit? Truly, I have never been a pious man at all. To Septon Jim's chagrin, the closest I have ever come to seeing the face of the seven. Fuck.
You're doing this to yourself, man!
I am. I did it to myself when I wrote it.
Alicia did this to us.
So
With her random choice.
We should stop her.
the closest I have come to seeing the face of the seven was when swaddling clothes were lifted, and I first looked upon the faces of my children, and theirs, and theirs. And so it is to that seven that I give this offering today. To my three, Alan, my poor lost oldest, Morgan, who kept our line alive, and to my Lucaris, who broke the heart of a strong man when he died. To Morgan's proud three, who have every virtue of the Nymerian line. Bela, who is fierce and fiercely loyal. Lucaris, who is more noble than he knows. And Adam, who is clever, growing into wise. And to our seventh, our own noble stranger, Queen Rhaenys Targaryen, who lived amongst us all these years. And so fine, Harrenhal, have at. Drink deeply, feed your curse as I know you must. I will pay you the dragon's... God damn it. I will pay you the dragon's long-owed debt, but you will leave my children be, spirits. I will carry their burdens one last time. Mine is the old blood. Theirs is the eternal flame. And in the days to come, this letter will be found next to Maker Nymerian, who has given a blood offering in the old Valyrian style to the werewood at the heart of the Godswood in Harrenhal, in order to abate the curse and make sure that his grandchildren win.
I just want to say, like what my mind went to is like Adam just like before he left Harrenhal has just finished having that whole space turned into like this beautiful garden as well, and I'm just like thinking about that, like.
So,
yeah.
There's no decision to be made, but
that
as much as Lucaris loves his grandfather doing for him, the war, the fate of his family, and the next generation is in front of him, he pulls his new Valyrian steel spear in close and aims for the first target he sees on that light he is going to break. And knowing that he's giving up other things, he knows not what he charges.
All right. So yeah, that was rough.
I'm
Like I said, it was. Yeah.
I'm not okay. I'm straight up not okay, bro.
So,
I'm there. For what it matters, I have
Yep.
it in the high 20s.
so what is our total?
26.
Okay.
As he clutches his spear and hits the front lines hard.
And you certainly do. So the camera will glide from Grandfather Makar's ancient blood being spilled and slowly pooling around him to the fresh flying blood of the cavalry charge in the ruby ford of the Trident. And the initial line is broken, and the cavalry charge is a resounding success. Harrenhal be damned.
I imagine the last thing we see there is Lucaris, after he has charged through the line, realizing they have broken it, and then trying to gather his location and thoughts for the next move. Bodies and spears and blood everywhere.
All right. Next up, we have an F going to Adam, which is awful, and I am not doing that. So,
Oh wow, okay, like it must have been something really bad if you're not doing it.
whose name starts with F, Adam?
Yeah.
So, instead,
Well, you mean I would like Adam would do absolutely anything to keep him safe, so.
but he's not the only F. So you have a choice to make as you are scouring the field and preparing for where to order the next volley to be fired. You see that from this resoundingly successful first pair of cavalry charges, some of the knights are in danger of being, countercharged and of kind of overextending and being encircled instead of being able to pull back for another charge and that sort of thing. There are two groups of Reach Knights that are in trouble. You can order a volley of arrows in the direction that will assist one of them.
Okay.
The Fossaway trio of Sirs Tanton, Brian, and Edwid are in danger of being surrounded off to the left flank of the charge as the charge kind of splinters and then everyone's wheeling around to pull back. And Sir Derek Fossaway, the Strong-Sider, is in danger of being cut off on the other side.
Oh, so this is a troll. This is literally a fucking trolley problem right now. Sort of. Do I think 3 people or 1 person?
Now, okay, it is only a difficulty 1 again.
Okay.
So, you're pretty sure that as knights, this lot would likely be captured and ransomed instead of killed. This early in the fighting, none of them have wronged anyone grievously in order to deserve automatically being killed. So it's,
sorry, right.
Yeah, so as a severity 1 emergency, because they're all knights, you feel like they're likelier to be captured than killed. But yeah, it looks like you can only help 1. Is it the future of House Fossaway, or is it the Strong-Sider?
I mean, I have a gut reaction, like the minute you kind of said both sets of them, and I think it's honestly what Adam would go with instinctively, and it's to try and help Sir Derek Fossaway because he.
All right.
he like the other thing, like it's not that he doesn't care about them, but he cares very personally about Sir Derek. He's very dear to him, so
Sure.
he'll focus on.
All right then. So what do you think is an appropriate role here? Is Adam kind of personally shooting and trusting his archers to follow his lead, or is he giving an order to, like Robert, help Sir Derek, or that sort of thing? Like,
Yeah.
is he ordering it, or is he doing it himself?
Right, so I think that's the difference between a warfare role and a marksmanship role, is that right?
Yeah, basically.
I'm going to go with the marksmanship role because Adam is way better at that, and I think it also makes sense that this is a thing that Adam himself has spotted, and there's maybe no time to, like, give that command. They're, like, the archers are maybe, like, mid-draw already or
Yeah,
something.
so his knee-jerk reaction is to start shooting, and then just his men happen to follow suit type of thing.
Yeah.
So, sounds good. All right, go ahead and roll marksmanship with those bow bonus dice.
Yeah, I'm just making sure I've got the right one. So, look, there's this for bows. I do have another thing as well. Oh, yes, an extra kit dice for expertise. I think that's all that I've got. I just want to do a real quick check, make sure I'm absolutely sure that's all I've got. I'm pretty sure it is. Yeah. Oh, the other one's double shot, is I can make 2 shots at -1, but I'm not going to do that. So, okay. Oh, here we go. I'm going to move my keyboard over a little. Alright, that's not bad. Right, well, I don't think it's bad anyway. That is 18.
Okay.
I have
That's
I have destiny if it would make a difference, but like 18's what
it's up to you. I mean, you were only looking for a 10 on this one, so you
Okay.
could push that over into an extra degree of success, or you
Yeah,
could save those destiny points for later, where things might be
Yeah,
higher difficulty.
yeah, I'm thinking like what, like an 18. That's what, like 3? No, wait, no, 2 or 3. Like it's more than what I need. So like I'm gonna stick with that and save the destiny for later.
Got it. All right. You are able to fire a hurried volley, and the Lannisters are forced to slow and raise their shields, and that gives the canny old warrior the time that he needs to pull back and fight his way clear. Meanwhile, though, that trio of Fossaway brothers, they're just charging in eagerly. It looks like they're kind of egging each other on, instead of any of them even trying to like peel away and wheel around and pull back. They are young, gallant knights of the Reach that have never seen real battle before. So they seem to just be kind of boisterously pushing each other on and egging each other on instead of pulling back, and it gets them captured. So that is the first kind of phase, first round, and hopefully people kind of have an idea of how they're gonna
that was
kind
the
of
first
go.
one.
Yeah. So there's what's in mind.
You made everybody cry now. You feel better. Good
I
about
made myself cry too. I got it out of the way at least. And that was the one that I was the most worried about. It's the one that fucking wrecked me. In case you guys couldn't tell, I was choked up 4 times reading 2 paragraphs.
I'm still having little moments of like.
Yeah. So he wanted to make sure that you succeeded more than he wanted to live to see your victory. And he is old enough and Valyrian enough to be superstitious enough. And he feels bad that you're in Harrenhal, which is cursed because he's the one that put you there. So he took it upon himself to...
Yeah, I mean, like, the thought's nice, but honestly, like, Adam's never been happy.
Yeah. So let's get 4 more letters from chat.
Yeah.
As we will loop back around to see. We'll be kicking things off when last we saw Queen Rhaenys. she was leading a cavalry charge. So kind of we got one cavalry charge going there, and then a matching cavalry charge covering the flank with Luke and some of his forces. So let's get the next couple letters going.
Oh, the T for Tywin. That means he's dies now, right?
All right, somebody thinks they got me with that Q, but they don't.
Or it could be like T for Tyrell. You don't know.
All right, so up first is Queen Rhaenys Targaryen. We've got T's choose from. Okay, here is a question of Nymerian duty versus queenly duty. You see, on your side, fighting as infantry, is Captain Tommen, the captain of the guard down at Bittergrove, and servant of once the Lady Iris Dannet, and now of Sir Roland Storm.
Oh,
Might
yeah, I
remember
remember
he's
him.
so he is leading some men-at-arms, as he is a man-at-arms. He's heavy infantry types. He is in some trouble. There are some Lannister cavalry bearing down on him, and you could charge their flank. Or, instead of rushing and viciously charging their flank in order to protect Captain Tommen, you can charge them to capture one of the Lannisters in that charge, the newly knighted Sir Tyrek Lannister, who has some plot stuff that might be attached to him, but also even in the short form, just makes sense as a potential hostage. 15 or 16-year-old, born to Tygett Lannister, so he's a nephew of Tywin himself, and would make a fine hostage. But also, as a squire to King Robert, it occurs to you he might know some things. So, is it a savage, hurried charge to rescue Captain Tommen, or is it a measured charge to cut off, encircle, and capture Sir Tyrek? And here are the stakes. This is a level 2 emergency, and Captain Tommen is a fairly minor character, so I'm going to say he's probably going to die if you don't help him, because he's getting charged by some pretty heavy cavalry.
That is a tough.
We're going in hard. He's on our side.
Okay. So, a savage cavalry charge where you are concerned with scattering those knights and protecting Captain Tommen, which may mean Tyrek Lannister slips through your fingers, depending on other stuff later on in the game and stuff. So, all right. That was a level 2 emergency, though. You are looking at a difficulty 20 roll. So, this sounds like another fighting plus everything type of roll. So it'll be, fighting plus swords, plus your bonus die for expertise with long blades, plus your animal handling. So you'll be rolling a ton, and looking for a 20 on this one.
And I'm keeping 4. Okay. Okay. 20 even. 21. Dark
Okay.
Blade.
That's 1 degree of
Sister.
success. Yeah, Dark Sister. So yeah, you are able to rush in, emboldened for a moment, by the dashing figure of your husband beside you, and you crash into the Lannister flank, and they are scattered, and the survivors wheel about and scamper back to their lines. Captain Tommen leads the men forward in a brief rush, and they finish off the downed Lannisters. You do see Tyrek Lannister escape instead of being cut down, and Captain Tommen leads a roar among that mixed crew of Bittergrove men-at-arms, who you may remember you once half murdered the young lord of, and now they raise their weapons to you and shout blood and fire, or sorry, fire and blood, in a savage salute and recognition of you helping them. Okay, and now I need to bust out my D4, because we are moving on to Bela, and today's letter is L. Bela, you had to choose last time, right? Yeah.
I
So
did.
this time you won't have to choose. You'll just have to choose whether or not to accept the increased difficulty. Along with that Lannisterian countercharge, you see another group of Lannister cavalry charging at your lines, as expected. You know, lots of back and forth. This one is led by a figure in a white cloak and the gilded and white enameled armor of the Kingsguard. Do you want to order your men to try and capture Sir Lancel Lannister, Knight of the Kingsguard and former squire to King Robert? Or do you want to just give whatever normal battlefield order and worry about winning the battle? So, do you want that increased difficulty? In 1 second, as I tell you, it will be a +5 difficulty to whatever roll in order to try and capture Lancel, as well as, you know, win the fight in some other way.
Yes, and because it is such a prestigious person in the Kingsguard, I will be going personally with my retinue of heavy cavalry to do that.
Okay. So you are looking for a 15 then, on rolling all the dice you find and keeping the first handful you pick up. I think that's how Bela does this.
Yeah, I'm at 13 dice.
So roll all of them, keep a bunch. It seemed like nice symmetry to put Lancel up on the chopping block right after Tyrek. Kind of, you know, two cousins both leading some counter charges. I thought I'd go for it. Plus,
28.
Lancel has the most L's. He's the Elliest.
Lots of L's.
Even more than our Elias. So that is 3 degrees of success. It is a pretty good heckin' cavalry charge. You are able to smash into the flank of those Lannisters as they get bogged down in your line of heavy infantry, and you are able to kill Lancel's horse, and his, your men don't even need the extra order, as you just brain Lancel's horse and send him flying into the shallow waters of the Ruby Ford. The men start in with the butts of their spears until he is just beaten unconscious, and then one of them thoughtfully pulls him up so he does not drown. But he is battered and taken, and we are going to cut to the next time Lancel is awake, which is after this battle. And the captured Lancel Lannister is brought before you as a knight of the Kingsguard and a Lannister, a true-born Lannister of, like the main house, and et cetera, et cetera. And Martin Lannister lets you know that his brother, which is what Lancel is, has some information for you. And it sounds as though for some time before that bloody night, when King Robert Baratheon flew into a rage and murdered Jon Arryn, Queen Cersei, etc., etc. These brothers who were squiring for him had been putting an herbal mixture into his wine at the order of the Master of Coin. And you lot, between Maester Ferris, Prince Oberyn, and Cousin Tyene, are able to recognize a mixture called red bark, which is, in modern terms, basically an amphetamine. It was it is used to increase virility and, like, it's a testosterone supplement, amphetamine type of thing that kind of steroid-like is known to also increase, like, anxiety and rage and stuff. So it sounds like they had been giving Robert Baratheon something he didn't need, because he's
Right?
already pretty heckin' virile and strong, but they had been giving him that for quite some time, which might help to also explain the murderous rage he flew into, and could help you very clearly put the death of Jon Arryn on Peter Baelish.
Oh, yeah.
Interesting.
I like
So,
that.
good job capturing him. That brings us to the cues for Lucaris's turn. Luke, you didn't have to make a decision last time, so we're going to give you an either or.
Blindly charging the battle, not knowing anything was wrong.
Nothing was wrong. He was removing a curse.
Nothing is wrong.
So, the cues are more populated than maybe expected, but yes, you are left with, is it Sophie's choice? Whatever, that bad choice. Because also,
that was horrible.
just so you know,
Q from Star Trek is not going to show up.
This is a level 3 emergency, according to my magical randomizer, aka a D6, that I'm using as a D3. As your line, some are charging and some are being charged, and there's a series of cavalry charges and counter charges, which is how these battles work. You are pulling your horses back and the cavalry that you're leading, and you're wheeling around, searching the Lannister line for another, like the next target, and you see, much like the Fossaway boys, it would appear that House Quargile of Sandstone have gotten themselves cut off. It would also appear that Dornish lives are valued somewhat less in the north than they should be, because it looks very much like Lord Quentin Quargile, his son and heir Sir Julian, and his younger son Sir Aaron are in grievous peril as they are being held at bay by Lannister pikemen, and you see a row of Lannister heavy crossbowmen reloading and preparing to just fire into them. And further down the line, you see Prince Quentin Martell's horse dies to a crossbow bolt, and your young cousin falls into the shallows, exposed. So, will it be the second born of your uncle and a Prince of Dorne, or the entire male line of House Quargile?
Oh.
This will be a difficulty 25 roll to try and rescue either one.
He knows, as I do, we are of a little consequence. He has a sister, as I do. He has joined the battle, as I have. House Quargile, though, seems to be facing extinction. I rally my men. I ride towards House Quargile's aid.
All right. Let's make it one of those full-on biting plus spears plus ride, etc.
All right, let me look this up.
Is, like I said, difficulty 25, but don't forget destiny points are a thing. And, 1 second. Let's full screen that so I can read it. Erica, you've got the Iron Throne. Do you want to? Would you like to perhaps give your brother a destiny point?
Yeah.
It's okay. So just to help out if he needs it.
I have so many ones. This is not funny, but I do have a couple good rolls here. So we'll add them up. I got 23, and I can keep a 2 if I serve destiny point.
That will do it. That would save the Korgiles.
Then I will do so. I will spend the destiny point that my sister gives me with her, I don't know, graces, and bride with my selected men to the aid of the Korgiles. I imagine we flank the archers, cutting them off, and then hitting the line that's about to hit them.
Let's see.
So I have exactly 25 total.
Right. So it barely works, and in fact, Sir Aaron Korgile will later perish. But you and your men are able to get Lord Quentin and Sir Julian back a horse along with Sir Aaron. But as you're riding away, a crossbow bolt strikes Sir Aaron Korgile low in the back. So they are still paying a bloody price. And there's no
It is
sign.
a fight, and I am doing what I can.
There is no sign of Prince Quentin.
Yeah, once we like do that, and I turn our forces back around looking for the prince.
Yeah.
I assume at that point we don't see him.
As a prince, he may be ransomed or the like instead of summarily executed.
Or I mean, he could have also been swept away by the river.
But time will tell.
The point is, Luke does not see him as he nominally rallies his forces to go aid him. Now he is gone.
All right, and then next up we had. Okay, we are all out of J's. I only just noticed what it was, so I need a letter besides J, and then also chat. Go ahead and somebody give me the next 4. I would like to not re-imperil people unless we finish the alphabet, and I don't think we're going to. So, all right. So first up, we're gonna go with this D. And then we will start the next series with W, E, T. I need one more after that T. All right, and then an A.
We just got it. It's an A.
Yep. All right. So, oh no. All right. It's the
Thanks,
D's.
Dan.
It's the D's.
Damn it, Sarge.
All right. Let's see.
I think it's me that's gonna have to deal with this, isn't it? So.
Yeah. This is going to Adam. You don't have to choose. I'm not.
Okay.
Die down. Oh shit! It's a level. 1 second. It is going to be a level 3 emergency.
Oh fuck.
As I roll another D3 to see who is imperiled. Okay. So, as you are drawing and knocking and preparing to order your men to fire their next volley, you see a splash of white fire catches your eye amidst this battlefield of glinting steel, but there is no mistaking the rising and falling milk-white blade of dawn, wielded only and ever by the Sword of the Morning, which is currently Lord Edric Dane of Starfall.
And
You
Adam's best pal.
you don't see Ned. He is so surrounded and threatening to be overwhelmed by this horde of Lannister men-at-arms and pikemen. You only see the increasingly red blade of dawn rising and falling in increasing desperation as he slays and hews, but is clearly cut off and alone. As all near him, you see like down and dead Dornish cavalry. Horses are down. This charge got blunted and cut down, and he is now on foot. And it is a level 3, so you are looking at a difficulty 25 roll to send a flurry of arrows in there that will hit people around Ned and not Ned.
Yeah.
Is basically what we're looking at.
Okay. I mean.
Oh
yes, sir. Go ahead.
Because it's Ned, and because one of the things you can do with destiny points is to state a narrative fact. But it's Ned. Everybody likes him. He's got some very good friends on this battlefield right now that are probably looking out for him. You can spend a destiny point to lower this to difficulty 20 if you narrate who saves him in the ensuing opening, right? Like you send a flurry of arrows in, but tell me who shows up to drag him up onto the horse and pull him away.
Yeah. Elliot does it.
If you want to spend a destiny point to do a narrative truth and introduce another character to the scene, I can think of a bunch that could be charging there right now to try and save him. So you've kind of got your pick here.
I mean, my gut would be to spend it for Lord Beric, but
that's certainly a reasonable option.
There's loads of solid choices though.
So you don't have to do that. If you'd rather keep the destiny point for a die, you could be keeping a 6 with it, but probably lowering the difficulty by 5 is the good math, and it lets you do a cool narrative thing. So it's where I'm.
Yeah, especially because I'm rolling 6 to keep 5 for marksmanship, and 18's kind of like I could it could be a shit roll. So like whereas 20, like my last roll, I could have got 20. So if that's what. Yeah, I'm gonna.
All right, so are you going to spend it to lower the difficulty? You don't have to declare who is there or who's going there until after you roll. But, are you going to spend it to lower the difficulty?
Yes.
Okay. So, all right, give me a big fat marksmanship roll. Because you are leading Dornish archers to rescue the Sword of the Morning, add 1 to your total. Like it's Dorn saving Dorn. This just makes sense to me. So, so roll it all, total up your kept dice, and add 1.
Oh, this is looking promising.
I'm not always gonna do this sort of thing, but I'm just these are all Dornishmen saving, kind of a symbol of Dornish martial valor. So all right.
It's been a good call. I rolled decently.
All right, what are we looking at?
Just give me a sec. So that is 21. No, wait. With plus 1, 22 total.
All right.
So
that is enough for a degree of success. So a bunch of Nymerian fletched arrows fall from the skies above and start to drop and pepper these Lannisters. And he is able to carve himself some space. And who shows up to get him out of there?
Yeah, I think it is very appropriate that Sir Beric has somewhat kept a little bit of an eye on him, and he and a few of his Stormlander Marcher knights, like, sort of swoop in, like in a kind of V formation, and sort of Harry's not the right word, but yeah, like sort of smash into the Lannisters who are moving in to try and surround him again.
They're able to block them and clear him a path.
Scoops him up. Yeah, just sort of scoops him up out of there. Perhaps not in the most elegant fashion, but gets him up there.
All right. Thus endeth the second kind of turn of this.
Holy shit.
Yeah, that could have been pretty bad. Speaking of things
well
that are
worth listening.
pretty bad, Felicia's letter is W.
Oh, who did that?
Oh my god.
Who did that?
This is a level 2 emergency. So we're looking at grievous injury or capture, not kill. But Queen Rhaenys, you have a choice to make. After your cavalry charge that smashed into the Lannisters, there's been a counter charge, and as you wheel your horsemen back and around to build up momentum for their next charge, Willis is not bolstering your morale at your side. And you look back, and his horse is down, and he is now on foot. He is fighting with sword and shield. You see his lance sticking up out of one body, and he's on sword and shield, and he's fighting, but you know he can't get away on foot. Not in heavy mail on slick rocks with his leg. So, he is risking capture, but as you are deciding just how quickly to go in and rescue him, there is no mistaking what can only be called a kerfluffle past him, as here, at the Trident, where your father's body fell, smashed by the most famous hammer in Westeros,
God.
you see a looming armored figure, head to toe in overly thick plate mail, with a chunk of gold hanging from a chain around his neck, flying wild as he swings, and above him, from his helmet, a set of decorative antlers, but they have been painted in an iron black or gray, instead of the gold that you saw on Robert Baratheon at the melee. Oris Waters is in dire straits, looming over the figures that are surrounding him. It's just a bunch of Lannister pikemen, and Oris is just down there swinging his hammer and a stolen pike, one in each hand, and going kind of berserk. But coming his way, you see the only person here bigger than him. Just as Oris is looming over the Lannister pikemen, this figure in black cast iron, with a yellow tabard covered in blood and 3 black hounds, Gregor Clegane, the mountain that rides, is cutting his way through Lannister footmen to challenge Oris.
He's cutting his way through his own footmen.
So, you have Willis in danger of being captured, or Oris in danger of having to fight the mountain that rides. Those are the two kind of plot narrative things.
What the
And-
fuck?
And you can ride up, and we're gonna call this just a straight ride check at difficulty 5, because you're trying to beat infantry or somebody slowed down by infantry. So base thing is difficulty 5, total difficulty is 15, assuming you're gonna help one or the other, and I think you are. But with a difficulty 15 roll, you can get a horse to one or the other of them. And either Willis will get away, or Oris can be mounted and cut his way clear.
I don't mean to sound callous, but you've gotten what you needed from Willis. Sorry. I'm trying to bring some levity.
Adam's like, look, I haven't gotten that good dick from Oris yet, and you got to have sex with
So
Willis.
it's fair if
he was never going to get that, and I mean, even if he did, that would probably upset
there's a lot of wine in the world.
Okay.
So, do you bring a horse to Willis so he can ride free? Do you get a horse to Oris so he can ride free? For the record, this isn't the only time that either of these two are on the list.
You suck.
Oh,
Some characters you guys care about more than others, so they're listed by first and last name.
yeah. Oh,
Okay,
That's Oris
okay.
Baratheon, right?
It's gonna be life versus capture. I have to go with life.
Well, it's capture versus fighting the mountain, which could turn into a thing that other people have to tackle later.
Yeah, and I don't want anybody else to have to tackle that later. Oris is the best equipped to tackle the mountain.
you know what? Like, you're not wrong.
He is the best to tackle the mountain alone.
He could at least
That is
hold.
that is a 3-man raid at minimum.
You know what? We'll
Oh, don't.
Okay,
squeeze
okay.
me
I won't
dry.
make it worse. All right. So you're looking at a difficulty 5
The
roll.
mountain's twin brother we never
Uh,
mentioned.
yeah.
The
Roger.
foothill is here.
Over there.
So all right, it's a difficulty 5 roll if you just want to ignore both of them and win the battle, or a difficulty 15 roll to get a horse to Willis so he can get up in a horse and run away, or to get a horse to Oris so that he can then fight on his terms instead of being jumped by the mountain.
Oh.
Getting a horse to Oris.
Okay. I will do you the favor of saying Willis does not see this happen. like, Erica, I should feel bad for the thing that Rusty just said. Erica hides her face and blushes.
Oh. It's just
All right.
awful.
So, give me a fancy-pantsy riding roll to get yourself and a horse over to Oris the Aurochs.
Fight
Sir
our way
Oris
there.
Waters.
What are we doing here? I'm sorry.
Yeah, this is like ride plus animal handling plus like you got a good horse, like it's a +1. No, Bela just got the fancy saddle. That's her +1, not yours. So yeah, just like ride, animal handling plus ride plus at least 1 for having a good horse.
+1 die?
Sure, bonus die instead of a +1 to the
I
total.
don't care either
as well.
way. I'm just
Sure,
trying to
that's-
clear it.
I don't care.
Oh my
You
god.
did the hard part by making the choice. So like sure, whatever bonus you want now.
You suck. Woo! 15?
And you got a 15?
I only get to save 3, so yes, I have a 15.
All right, that is enough. You are able to trample your way through to Oris. He does not kill you or your horse or the horse you bring him. He is in a berserker thing up there, though. You notice that there's blood on his. You have him decked out in a yellow tabard, but not quite with the stag on it yet. But it's just more of a. It's not quite King Robert. Wink, right? But yeah, he's covered in blood. Some of it's his. He's wheeling and wild-eyed, but he does not kill you. And instead, he looks and like sees your panicked look past him, and is like, "Fuck! If he's got a horse," and he jumps up onto his horse and is now better prepared. All right.
None of the rest of us know of your decision, so it's fine.
Yeah, like Adam doesn't know that this is happening, and that's definitely for the best.
It's awful. I hate you.
You're like, where is the mate? I'm gonna turn him into a fucking hedgehog.
So here's the thing, though, is that Bela is up next, and she got a B.
Mm-hmm.
Oh no.
I saw that happen, and I counted
here's
that.
And here's the thing. Bela,
Yeah.
you see
Uh-huh.
Willis Tyrell and his bad leg being threatened with being captured by a group of Lannister infantry. He is holding them off and trying to backpedal, but it is a small miracle he has not already fallen and been captured. Scanning the battlefield, you also see, as I see,
Maybe else we did in terms of B. I can't think of anybody.
it is a level 2 emergency again.
Is that joke?
So it's both going to be a capture or injury scale to start. Your squire, young Martin Lannister, is lying in the shallows with a crossbow bolt stuck in his thigh, and standing protectively over him, roaring like a Stormlander, with his signature Morning Star in one hand and the
Ooh.
red Valyrian steel blade Scorpion of House Will in the other, is Sir Balin Swan, protecting his squire. Do you help your husband, or do you help Rhaenys' husband?
That's
Just
an easy
because-
one. You're such a
just-
jerk.
Because this was up next and you had the letter B, which happens to be what Balin starts with.
It's not the easiest of decisions ever, but I am going to go help my husband.
All right. The king will remember this. I just said he didn't see Rhaena choose.
Oh.
That's right. So, all right. You are looking at a difficulty 20 roll. How are you getting some assistance to Sir Balin Swan and young Martin Lannister?
I think after the successful charge from last time, my knights that are with me are ready to charge again, as we had as I had given out some orders after looking around, and now we've regathered ourselves together and are ready to go again. So we're gonna do that.
All right. In you go. All of your fighting plus riding plus stabbing.
Well, I almost got all sixes.
Nice.
I have a 30.
Nice. That will be 3 degrees of success. You come charging up to them, and again with a couple like spare horses in tow, and you rush in and buy them a little bit of space, and Sir Balin leaves his Morning Star stuck in the helmeted head of a Lannister pikeman, which frees his hand to help Martin up and kind of heave him crosswise onto a horse and then you are able to cut down a Lannister pikeman that was approaching Balin from behind, and you swing Balin up onto your horse behind you, and with Valyrian steel on both sides, as you are lashing out with Sunfire and he is swinging Scorpion, you are able to carve your way free and get young Martin clear of the lines, and he will not be grievously injured, lose his leg, etc., 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 etc. So, solid roll and a good time for it. I just thought it'd be fun to do the choice again. Like, I was like, since it's right there. All right, we've got a T on deck for Lucaris.
Here, what is it? What is the terribleness?
Okay. Let me see the severity. It is, okay. And you, last round, you did have to make a choice. So you don't have to choose who to rescue this time. You just have to choose to rescue them or not. In the fighting, Renly Baratheon's horse went down. And he stood well and was doing some hacking and slashing. And Brienne of Tarth rode up and gave Renly her horse and took his place there at the edge of an infantry line. And then Loras Tyrell rode up and gave Brienne his horse.
What?
But now, because that's been going on, instead they missed this charge that's coming in. This is a Grievous level 3 emergency. You will be looking at a difficulty 20 roll to save the life of Loras Tyrell, who just gave his horse to Brienne of Tarth to get free.
Guys, he's not an accuracy. I don't like Loras that much.
Or a difficulty 5 roll to do something else and just fight. But he will absolutely die to this cavalry charge. In fact, his back is turned. He smacked the horse on the flank to make it run, and he has stayed turned away from the battle to watch and make sure Renly is getting to safety. He will die if you do not help him.
I don't like Loras. Loras and I almost come to blows. I would fight Loras if he was going to fight one of my relatives, but I respect Brienne. I respect him, and he's given his horse to her to get out of the fight. And does not realize it's coming. Whatever it takes, I rally my men, and I ride to Loras' aid.
All right. Let's call this, if you want to make it a fighting roll with all the bonus dice for cavalry stuff, it'll be difficulty 20. If you want to just race over there and get him a horse so he can get clear, if you want to make it just an animal handling and ride check, it'll be difficulty 15.
I don't think that I've done it enough that it's scale at this point. So I'm going to do the fighting check and come down at full power on the chart. To try to intercept them before they get to him.
Alrighty. Sling dem bones.
Slinging. But not great rolls. We'll see what it adds up to. Only have 18. I can keep a 3, so it was difficulty 20.
Yep.
I will spend one of my destiny points that was given me earlier in the campaign to keep an extra 3 for a 21 success.
All right. So you spend an action and a destiny point.
I guess technically
and-
22 with the bonus from the weapon. So
and you are
Save Loris
able
Tyrell.
to.
yeah, as I charge in with the newly found sea spear.
Yep. So it is butchery. You are able to slam into the Lannister flank and cut them to ribbons. And Loris Tyrell turns around at the racket and looks genuinely surprised to see you like wheeling your horse around in front of him, buying him space.
At some point, I will give him a little salute, just to like acknowledge our tension, but also we're on the same side here.
All right. Got it. And he is saved. And now, just so you know, chat, I'm reversing the order of this 4. So it's going to be SVCH instead.
Why?
Just so you know. Just so that they're
shit.
not... just so that they're not gaming it after Adam's turn.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
No, I just had a moment because like I do know one S that.
Yeah, this is just getting stuff on deck. So, Adam, you are up. Last round, you didn't have to make a choice, so you're going to make a choice this time. Let me bust out the A's. Okay. Whew. All right. This will be a difficulty 25 roll. It is a grievous one. D3 maxed out. Whoever is not helped will die.
Whoa.
I hate these choices.
Yeah.
Okay.
That choice is so mean, though. Sorry, I'm arguing with my dice. Adam, would you like to spend a destiny point to establish a detail in the scene and make me ignore the die roll and choose the 2 A's for you to choose from, instead of going with what this dice was?
In your... Sorry, I just had a question.
Sure.
That'll help with that. In your GMly opinion, will it make me less upset?
Yes.
Okay.
Right now, you can save the life of, or not, Alysain Mormont, or the young Reach Squire Alan Ambrose, with Eleanor Tyrell's favor ribbon flapping in the breeze.
Oh my god.
Oh my god, that's such a horrible choice.
If you give me a destiny point, instead, you can try to get Sir Adam Marbrand of the Kingsguard captured instead of killed, or you can save the life of Sir Aaron Santagar, former Master-at-Arms of the Red Keep that taught Lucaris how to fight. So it's still going to be a tough one, but it's not the fucking heart render of killing young Alan Ambrose before he can wed Eleanor next week, or getting Alysain Mormont killed, right? So I was like, man, fuck these dice. I can't do that to Ash. I need to give him an out. That is so.
Okay, I'm really glad that I sat on like my destiny points for so long because
I'm like, fuck these dice. That is the worst. So yeah. So all right. Are you going to save Aaron Santagar or Sir Adam Marbrand? And
I'm taking the assumption that Sir Adam Marbrand has some kind of information or something.
So Sir Aaron is a redoubtable swordsman facing down a bevy of Lannister crossbowmen. Like, he just killed the last Lannister in close combat, and then like 30 feet away from him, there's a row of crossbowmen aiming to fire now. Sir Adam Marbrand So likely the way to save Sir Aaron would just be a volley of arrows, right? Like kill the crossbowman. Sir Adam Marbrand. So we're gonna go. It's gonna be full difficulty 25 for Sir Aaron, but you can make a shooting check, right? So for Sir Adam instead, he is down, but still like down and wounded, and still fighting your men, not like
Yeah.
your individual archer. He didn't make it this deep, but it's
Yeah.
close enough that you could order them to capture him instead of kill him. So it would be a difficulty 15 roll to get Sir Adam captured instead of killed, or a difficulty 25 roll to save Aaron Santigar.
Okay.
Is that making sense?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
I get where you're at. I'm cognizant that Sir Aaron Santigar means a lot to Lucaris personally, so I would like to check in with Robert about how he feels about this situation.
He's my mentor.
I know.
If
So
he
that's
dies,
why I
he
want-
dies.
want-
But yeah, Luke
yeah.
has a lot of respect for him and cares a lot for him. A surrogate
Yeah.
father in a lot of ways.
Yeah, and I don't want to like hurt you with this
Maybe like,
decision.
what? I'm not gonna be like 8 months from now being like, okay, Captain Cortez, you're. I'm gonna punish you now because you had Centigar die. Like, I don't care, that's not gonna be a thing. So make whatever decision you need to make. But yeah, you do know Luke cares for him and wants him to be safe, obviously. But he's an old warrior. I mean,
Yeah, I guess because it's like yeah, they're not knowing the quality of his potential use. Like that's
And as an aside, as a canny student of politics, you know that part of the respect that Robert Baratheon got after the first Battle of the Trident was in keeping Sir Barristan Selmy as a member of his Kingsguard and not holding his loyalty against them. So treating Sir Adam Marbrand well, and perhaps even Rhaenys Targaryen making him a Westerlander on the Kingsguard, might be a way to keep Westerland morale regardless of how things go with the rest of the Westerlanders, right? Like, so it's a political maneuver there.
yeah, well, that's a very good point. Okay. Yeah, this is not like there's no nice way to make this decision, but I think what Adam would think to do is to capture Sir Aaron. I think just to,
or Sir Adam, but got it.
Yeah, wrong one. Sorry, they're too similar sounding.
Yeah, they're both A's. So yeah, it's all right.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I feel really bad about it, but I think that seems like the clever choice to do.
Of what you've got, it would be either persuasion or warfare, a specialty like convince or intimidate or command, whatever for shouting orders, basically. Just like look at your social stuff and tell me what would be the best, and I can buy it either way, right? So like,
yeah, I mean, I've got persuasion, like that's lots with convince and intimidate, but like I also have warfare command, but it's a lot lower.
Yeah, I would go persuasion and
persuasion is the role that I would actually probably pass.
Persuasion it is, and then I'm fine with either of those specialties. It's up to you. Are you saying he's a good man, take him alive, or are you like, don't kill him, right? Like, are you convincing or ordering? So whichever specialty you think applies, it's up to you for how you're gonna do it.
Can I just do a very quick check-in with Felicia? Like, Felicia, is this a terrible decision, or am I doing all right? Is
No,
this
it's fine. I think it's a good call.
Okay. Sorry, I'm just absolutely hating that this is...
Dude, I just chose fucking Oris over my own husband. What the hell?
Yeah. Like, don't look to Felicia for a moral compass.
I just meant it, like, in terms of, like, is he politically useful to her?
Oh, definitely, yes.
Okay. Because I don't want to be saving him.
Even colder.
Yeah. She's like, yes, save him so I can execute him for daring to raise a blade against me. Yeah. So So
Yeah, no,
I will have a lavish memorial built to Sir Aaron. I promise.
all right.
Right.
Motherfucker.
I'll make it very shiny.
Okay, well, you like that.
Right.
That-
Oh,
that makes
right,
all the
it's not-
All right. So looking for a looking for a 15. And are you going with command or intimidate? Like, what type of order are you doing? Just for
Oh
role
shit! I
play
didn't even
fun.
think. You know, it's okay. I didn't even think about it. I think he's going to be like take him alive rather than don't kill him.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Sure. So all right. And what are we looking at?
17 exactly. I don't know why I said exactly. That's like obviously, but yeah, 17.
17 and a half.
I was like, but yeah, I don't know why I said that. But
It's
yeah,
all good. We were watching some show the other day, and they kept doing. It was on Pokemon descriptions, and they kept going over 17 pounds, and you're like, it's a really fucking weird thing to say. Like it was just.
a rifle at some point,
Yeah.
or
All right. So,
18 pounds. You know, this Pokemon is definitely over
the
17 pounds.
nearby footmen, like 3 of them fall away dead, but one of them falls with Sir Adam Marbrand's sword stuck in him. So the knight is disarmed for a moment, and he takes a spear to the leg. One of your men misunderstands your point, so an arrow thunks into his chest, and then that arrow gets broken by a sword slash that slashes across his armor, and then your order kind of makes it through to people, and they start smashing with the hilt of their sword and with the butt of their spears. And like Sir Barristan Selmy at the Battle of Trident, after being wounded by arrow, sword, and spear, Adam Marbrand has been wounded by arrow, sword, and spear, but has survived to be treated after the battle. Sir Aaron Santagar runs through the shallows at 6 Lannister crossbowmen. 3 of them miss because he's a quick Dornishman. 3 of them don't. He stumbles among them, hewing and slaying, and 1 Lannister crossbowman survives to shoot him again and give him the last wound that kills him. So Sir Aaron falls with his sword stuck through that Lannister crossbowman as his dying few steps carry him across the blood-red shallows of the Ruby Ford, and from down on his knees, coughing blood, he stabs upwards and beneath the breastplate of that crossbowman to kill his opponent and to take him with him.
he went down like a chap.
Is this in the midst of battle, or do I see this happen? Because it will matter in the future, I guess.
I will let you know when it's your turn.
Okay, fair.
Because I might weave it into your narrative description.
Okay, cool.
So, real quick, while we're between rounds, I've got to run AFK and just let's do a quick little bio break. What I have planned is if you guys continue apace on accruing your totals, I think we will have 2 more passes like this, and then we should be pretty close to the threshold that I made up earlier.
Well,
So,
I am here to name the lines.
So I'm just do a quick bio break, and it could just be me if you guys want to chat with players, whatever. So I'll be back in a minute.
Yeah, I need a break as well.
Yeah, I think that sounds kind of good.
Yeah, let's just take like a 5-minute break, everyone. We'll be right back.
Fine.
One.
All right, welcome back for Sea of Spears continuation, Sea of Spears 2, The Reckoning. We will continue to make our way through the alphabet song, the worst way ever. And we kick off with an S for Rhaenys Targaryen. You don't have to choose between two things this time. What your S gets you, and this is just I choose to help or I don't. No, motherfuck. However, it is a lethal S. We're gonna say that this difficulty is base just 0. So it's a difficulty 0 roll to win the battle, like continue, or a difficulty 15 roll as you scan the battlefield with Oris, now a horse next to you, and you guys are preparing. You know, you're starting to spin away and rush back. You see and hear amidst the din of battle. You see Davin Lannister locked in a sword fight with Sir Stafford Lannister, his father.
No, I told him that didn't have to happen.
Davin is blocking and parrying and backpedaling as best he can. Sir Stafford lost his helmet in some sort of scrum and is weeping as he slashes at his son with a wicked battle axe. You have, and then off to one side, you see Aunt Elia Sandstorm drawing her bow. If you do not intervene, Stafford Lannister will kill Davin, or Aunt Elia will kill Stafford. But if you do intervene, you and Oris can just rush over there and break them up and end the situation.
Okay.
Or you and Oris can run rampant somewhere and make a difficulty 0 roll to accrue degrees of success by butchery.
No, he and I, we're not letting that happen.
Okay.
So,
Difficulty
swoop in
15.
and rolled 15.
Yeah, it sounds like this could be just another like riding roll, or animal handling with the ride specialty, whatever. I'm always going to say it wrong. Give yourself a bonus die for Oris being with you, because we just established he was with you, and you're just trying to like put bodies in the way of things, and you've got one of the best bodies
17.
for that. So like, yeah, that makes sense. All right, that is enough. No Stafford tragedy is my scribbled note. So he breaks Davin's shield with a swing that knocks Davin down, and then Sir Stafford leans on his axe in the stone of the underfoot for a moment. He hauls it upwards. A sob racks his body and slows him from bringing it down. And then Oris rushes up out of nowhere and just fucking horse checks him, and batters him away. And you are able to have a moment with your sworn bannerman, Davin Lannister. Also, chat, sorry about that. I missed it. Let me take a look. Let's see.
I will offer him a hand up and like nod at Stafford and just be like, he's a prisoner now, a hostage. He's a prisoner now.
Yeah, that is easily enough done. We have lots of options left, chat, for various letters. Some of them had enough people that it's easy to hit a certain letter more than once. Some of them not so much. So we've got X, W. I'm gonna kind of go backwards here. V, U, E, S, R, O. Still has plenty. I went backwards. R, P, O. I'm gonna avoid the rest of the N's because it's the Nymerian PCs, and I just don't feel like messing with that the way that I was originally planning to. So we'll skip that. It's an extra complication I don't think we need. So we got that. Nah, I don't like that one. I already used it enough. Still got some of those. These are the ones that have several left, enough that it would still be some interesting choices or calls or whatever. And this is not counting the ones that you guys just did with the V, C, and H. Like, we should be all right. So, okay. We start the round with an act of charity towards your sworn bannerman. Just wrong place, wrong time. Or maybe Tywin Lannister specifically ordered Sir Stafford to go after his son
Son
and
of a bitch.
cleanse that.
Fuck guy.
Who knows?
Well, maybe he didn't. Let's not assume
Yeah,
he did
like I
something
said,
terrible.
could have been.
He did something, whatever it was.
All right, and you made a choice last time, Erica.
I did.
So you don't have to make a choice this time, except for to do a thing or not.
Wow, I thought you said no choice.
Well, it's just, do I ignore it or do I help? Let's.
If you choose not to decide, you still made a choice.
Wow.
I think Socrates said that.
There's no way to win here.
I mean, that is the trolley problem.
You see that a small branch of the Lannister army, the same way you've got some guerrillas lurking about, they seem to have some saboteurs that they decided to send because they were preparing for a siege. But you see a bunch of men with like oilskins and torches amidst, swords and axes. So like they're fighting but also burning. And they are running along your like northern riverbank towards the boats where Uncle Montford Valerion is now bringing his horse about to try and stop them. So it will be, you're looking at a severity 2 roll. So it will be difficulty 0 to just win the battle, or a difficulty 10 roll to win the battle while also sending something to help Uncle Montford Valerian from letting the boats get burned.
Well, guys, look, we don't need the boats at this point. We're here, right? No, who am I kidding? we'll go save. We'll go save Uncle Montford. Yeah, I'll give a command to some light cavalry we held in reserve for some light charges, and I'm going to say, quick, go over and get them. So that'll be a warfare strategy command.
Yeah, well, honestly, I would allow tactics or command. Like, what if you have a better specialty in warfare? I'm fine with it.
Okay. Strategy is my only specialty in warfare at the moment.
Okay, that's just fine. Because like that's what I was saying. We're being loosey goosey with how they're normally broken down, but it's like you're commanding them to follow a tactic because your strategy left them free. So it's like, just whatever's best. So, all right, that works just fine. So looking for a 10.
And I have a 13.
All right. That is enough to handily get a degree of success. Uncle Monford charges into them alone and is hewing with a sword back and forth. He is not exceptional at this. Most Valarians aren't. They're better at sailing. They still know how to fight on land, but um, just as he's about to get overwhelmed, like one of them waves a torch and makes his horse rear up, and then another one is like rearing back with a spear and getting ready to kill him. And there's that frozen kind of slow motion moment as Uncle Montfort's horse is rearing back and out of his control. And then just like a group of like a dozen Dornishmen with spears comes racing out of nowhere and just sweeps past and cuts down those skirmishers. Because there wasn't a ton of them to begin with, and Uncle Montfort already killed a couple. So yeah, he is secured, and the boats are saved. There we go. That brings us to Lucaris, who last round you didn't have to choose between people. So this round, we're gonna say that you do.
Oh no.
Let's establish the difficulty. All right. This looks like a capture. You're hearing like "get him," not off with his head levels of savagery. But you see, as you're wheeling around after another charge, you get Loris back to safety. He gets a fresh horse. And it looks like he actually might be sticking with you for a bit. So, a bonus, whatever. You have two allies in peril. One is John Connington, captain of the Golden Company. And soon, once the Queen makes it so, restored Lord of Griffin's Roost. He is, by all accounts, a good man that was quite loyal to your family. But he is too busy giving orders to notice a group of crossbowmen lifting their weapons in some sort of headhunter mission, basically. It looks like they're just about to send like a double volley of crossbow bolts in his direction, which might not kill him, but it's gonna hurt him, right? Like he's looking at that injury out of the fight stage minimum. But also, you see the red and white figure of Sir Lyle Crakehall, the Strongboar, a member of Rainey's Queen's Guard, and he is squaring off against the Hound.
Oh.
And these guys are both pretty serious, but you feel like you can tilt that battle if you guys rush that way, or you can take out the crossbowmen if you rush the other way.
Red Ron is obviously a close ally. However,
Sorry, to
the
be clear,
mountain.
I said John, not Red Ronnet, right? Or did I misspeak?
Sorry, John.
Okay.
Okay.
I just wanted to make sure, because he's on the list also, spoiler. But I wanted to make sure I gave the right guy. So, all right.
You fucking you're good.
No problem. Just, okay. So, yes, continue.
Either way, Hunnigan's allies, but when a mountain fell on me, I felt myself being taken care of by Crickles. So, even though this is a decision based on passion and not strategy or tactics, I ride to the aid of our Crickle allies against the Hound.
All right. To be clear, this is your lone Crakehall ally. The rest of them are on the other side. But since I just did the family drama with the Lannisters, I wasn't going to do it again with the Crakehalls. So it was like, the Hound.
Like, I don't know. Yeah. He's really likes this one, and he already got a split, so...
Yeah. So, all right. How are you going to go? I know you're just charging over and poking the Hound?
Basic attack
or,
is a little basic. I've already done it.
So it could be that.
how-
Could be just a writing test
Yeah,
to
how about
interpose horses and.
riding will be good. I will ride with my cavalry to position ourselves in a advantageous position so the count realizes he has been outflanked and cut off from his allies.
Okay. We can work with that. Roll the dice. Let's go. Difficulty 15.
Okay, I've got let's see. Ride plus tackle for speed. Okay. I am only going to end up with 13 total, but I can keep an extra 2 if I spend my last destiny point.
Right now, you are looking at a failure, which would be
Oh.
no degrees of success, and the strong boar gets pretty mauled.
Say a
So-
prayer to the 7, and I will force my horse to trot full speed, and I will keep that extra 2 for 15.
If you really want to keep the destiny point, I would say you could have taken an injury. If you want to use your bloody lucky, if you want to be injured, you can. Or depending on your dice, don't forget you can use the bloody lucky. Like I think once.
So you know what? That is a good
So
point.
just to remind, I don't know what your dice looked like or how close they were.
They were a bunch of 2s mostly.
So
I will gladly take the bloody lucky and re-roll it with some injury here.
sounds good. Because I know that you've got that ability, I was like, yeah, let's just remind him about that one.
I'm also thinking
So-
too because I don't see us using it later in the campaign. I spend a glory point for an extra bonus die.
I forgot about glory.
But just re-roll. Let's see what you get.
I got a much better roll.
Okay.
I have 18.
Sorry, was that
I have 18.
18? All right. So degree of success. The strong boar is in fact rescued, and we are going to start a bit of a scrum. So you and the cavalry go racing over, and you create a little bit of space, and you're like wheeling around and getting ready to charge. And that's when we're going to segue into Ash's action, which
If I can
is
flavor it with me jumping off a horse between
Ugh.
Wild Recall and the Hound.
That would be badass.
you can if you want to. Does that work? Okay. All right. So you kind of roll in and kind of tackle between them and create some space. And then we're going to segue over to Adam's turn because it occurs to you now, you guys have seen several Kingsguard and Queensguard embroiled in this fighting.
Yeah.
And it looks like this is starting a bit of a pile there in the center, where, for instance, the Hound and the Strongboar meeting were kind of even enough that it wasn't decided either way, and nobody pulled back. And you've still got Gregor and Clegane muscling through the middle, and all this. So as we roll to you at the bottom of this turn, you see, everyone kind of notices there's starting to be a bit of a clearing/gathering there in the center of the Ruby Ford, where Kingsguard and Queensguard and the King and Queen are starting to kind of square off and match up against each other. And people are now dismounting on purpose. Maybe they think Luke did that to start this trend where everyone's like, yeah, let's settle this on foot like men, type of thing. But you see that people are dismounting and kind of champions are lining up to specifically face off against each other. And there, in the center of it, you see that Garth Hightower, the Greysteel, uh, a scion of an ancient and proud house, and himself a fairly proud fellow, uh, has pulled up and dismounted and has turned and is hollering at Alan Ambrose, who's serving as a squire to several of the Reachmen, just whoever's nearby, and is telling Alan Ambrose to take the horse back and get her clear. She's a good one, blah blah blah. And he does not see Gregor Clegane coming up behind him.
Fuck.
So you can figure out a way to warn him, but it looks like Gregor Clegane's just like, lol, easy kill, and is just looking to butcher someone. So
Yeah.
think about a way to warn him, or just shoot a flight of arrows at Clegane to distract him, whatever you think works. But this is a difficulty 15 roll. It is a class 3 emergency, so you can ignore it and roll at difficulty 0 and just kill a bunch of people and leave Hightower to his fate, or you can roll against difficulty 15 to try and save him and square things off a little bit.
Yeah, I think at difficulty 15, I think it's worth trying to save him.
Okay.
15's fairly achievable. So I think what Adam is going to do is deliberately try and shoot an arrow close over his shoulder to make him turn round and see that Clegane's there.
Okay.
I guess in Clegane's direction, so if I hit him, great, but it's not gonna do much.
Sure. So a warning shot to get attention. Yeah, that's perfectly doable. So yeah, let's just do fancy marksmanship stuff.
That's pretty good. I think I've got it. Yeah, there's 15 before I'm even done counting, so that is 19 total.
All right. Chat, give me 4 more letters. This last round, I might start to fudge a few of them a little bit to bring things to a head, but we're making some progress. You send a shot glancing off one of his shoulder pads, and then it goes to-ping, and it goes kind of slowly, not quite spiraling, but it's a ricochet, so it's knocked off kilter and easy to track, and he kind of instinctively turns and watches it as it goes throop, awkward through the air, and clangs off of the breastplate of the mountain that rides, and Hightower is able to grab a weapon and lunge to one side and make it a miss. So the fight will be continuing apace instead of it being a quick slaughter. So, a save.
Oh,
All right, let's do this. Okay, I need a couple more letters, chat. For those that might be worried about Robert's mental health, do not be. He has a family member in the room with him. He's hanging out with his nephew. He's not just turning around and talking to the wall, or
it did sort of look like that.
Yes, he actually set some very strict rules though. He said no more dropping acid in the game. You have to do it before or after. But yeah, no, family members and stuff. He's here with me. Just off screen, you can't see him because of
the green screen stuff. So yeah, I just didn't want him to think he was turning around and swearing vengeance to the ghost of Aaron Santagar or something.
I will avenge you, you swine.
All right, I'm waiting on one more letter, so I'm not gonna wait, and instead we're gonna do it.
So part of that is I missed a lot of it other than the mountain that rides. Like, is there like a 3-word synopsis I can get?
Well, oh wait, you mean?
Strong
Yeah.
board didn't die.
Yeah, the mount. No, not the Strongboar. This was Hightower. Garth Greysteel Hightower was after you dismounted and people started. It kind of turned into a trend because Kingsguard started to meet Queensguard, and then you hopped off your horse. So like other Kingsguard, Queensguard, I'm a top tier fighter types started to
So
converge.
all the top level characters are now in an area.
Yeah, they started to converge in the
You
center.
said the mountain had a heart attack and died, so you don't have to worry about him, or
No, he just did not kill Hightower from behind without warning. Is all.
That's a
So,
good point.
all right, we will do these in reverse order again because I like mixing it up a little. I is for Iron Throne.
Oh,
Rainies, you are up first. You see that Joffrey's Kingsguard are beginning to amass there in the center. You see that Joffrey is not far from them. Would you like to challenge the bastard king?
Yes. Is
You don't have
Is
to.
he on horseback or is he on foot?
If you want, you can just fight other people at a lower difficulty. But yes, he is currently on horseback, as are you.
All right. Well, then
Um,
I will charge him with Dark Sister in hand.
Are you going to yell a challenge first?
I am gonna yell
Or,
it.
okay.
Bastard.
You've been raised by the Dornish, so I didn't want to zoom. Like you may have just stabbed him in the back or something. I don't know. So all right.
Okay. No, I will charge him absolutely. Just yelling a challenge.
Okay. What's the challenge? I gotta know now. It will your challenge will determine the difficulty. How about that? What do you-
Fight me, false king.
Okay, there comes like this is easy. There's any insult will do, but okay.
You swagless boar.
We're gonna, you don't even need to roll for that. But we're gonna start a sideboard for it. The challenge is accepted, so give me a mounted combat type of roll.
Okay.
And we're gonna start a separate track with this Joffrey thing, real quick.
Because taking him out is going to have a very significant effect.
So just roll and then tell me what your total is.
Right, 11, 20.
Okay. That is 4 degrees of success.
Oh.
Because I'm just making it like nothing, it's difficulty 0. So,
Okay.
All right. You yell a challenge just in time to make it a gallant charge instead of a murder. And he starts to pull his horse your way before he even kind of recognizes who it is. He was like looking to just charge somebody standing in front of him, like because people are dismounting, and he was like, "Gallop, gallop! I'm gonna run him over." And you come in, and he starts to turn towards you enough that your horses just smash into each other, and the pair of you tumble into the shallows together, and come up in a tangled heap with sword in hand, but no shields between you.
No shields. My shield's awesome.
You just dropped it in the charge. Sorry.
Okay, fine.
M is up. I'm not even going to choose for this because, Bailey, you are up, and I'm not going to give you any choice between this or something else. I mean, I guess I could, but I don't. Oh, man, that one's actually really good. Yeah, no, we're not going to do it. Sir Marin Trant is there, standing in the... Because you got the M just now. He is standing there in the middle of the field with a, bloody cloak, bloody sword. He's been killing your men. And here, where some of the Kingsguard and Queensguard are gathering, he looks like he's getting ready to go stab Rainey's, and then he sees you see him, and instead he levels his sword at you in a challenge. Are you going to accept it? Are you going to just order a bunch of men to go kill him? Are you going to,
Archers? No.
I mean, you can. It's been done before. That's how the Blackfire Rebellion ended.
Dragon? What was the word?
Dracarys.
Dracarys. I don't have a dragon, though, so instead...
Unfortunately, no.
Yeah, we didn't get dragons.
We didn't go far east enough for those.
The deadliest thing I have instead, one might say is my army, but another person might say it's the Valyrian steel sword that I have, which is, in fairness, pretty deadly.
Yeah, it's gonna sword on his thing. All right, are you gonna run him down, or are you gonna hop off and accept his challenge?
No, I beat him once, and I'll do it again.
Yeah.
That's not really answering it. Do you
On
hop
foot.
off? Okay.
On foot.
I'm like, is it? That could be either way. All right.
Trick shot, jump off the horse, down onto him.
He hasn't expressed it directly, but I think my nephew wants you to kick his ass.
Gotcha.
Yes, going
I am going to
Is
actually
that
make
fair?
a fighting roll for him to determine the difficulty, because he's a pretty good fighter.
Okay.
So, assemble your dice.
Kick his ass.
Yeah.
Everyone wants to kick his ass.
All right. Roll him, Bela. What do you got?
Get him!
Get him.
Okay. I have a 26. Do we tie?
He has a 28.
What? Well, good thing I have a destiny point to...
No,
This is the
you
best
can
he's ever
beat
rolled in
this.
his life.
Yeah. He rolled very well, but yes. So spending a destiny point and going to get a what total then?
30.
All right. This takes some time. While Rhaenys and Joffrey are fighting, you two are fighting. It takes time. It's not as easy as one die roll makes it sound. But you are definitely having the upper hand against him. That brings us to Adam.
Oh, I thought,
Luke. We already did.
Luke is here.
We already did an A. I'm gonna jump around a little bit. I'm just gonna fudge it. We're gonna go back to M because there's some good ones still on M. So here's where we're at. Maya Stone, your friend from the Vale and one of few Vale folk that are out. She has been just working with a sling on the sidelines over with some of the skirmisher types, right? And she's just been kind of doing that job. So she's been using a sling and just yeeting rocks kind of into the body of the enemy. And you see a trio of Lannister footmen have waded into that line of slingers and spear throwers and are starting some butchery. And in response, Maya Stone has pulled a campfire axe and a knife from her belt and it looks like she is determined to go down swinging. This will be a lethal threat against her. So, difficulty 0, you can take part in the rest of the battle. Difficulty 15, you can save Maya Stone. Friend of Miranda Royce, etc. Guest in your home, yada, yada,
Ancestor
yada.
Wallace.
Yeah. So, what's it to be, Luke?
You have to give me a little bit of an excuse to talk to my nephew. So, Maya Stone is in trouble. Who else?
Just Maya Stone. You can just fight people at difficulty 0, or you can roll at difficulty 15 to save Maya Stone's life.
Well, Luke's always been a hopeless romantic. If I can go save one of my potential marriage partners, friends who doesn't like me, I will go do it.
Okay. I think you will like the outcome if you can beat this 15. You did dismount, though. So
I
no
did this.
more.
I am on foot.
Yep.
I do have
So-
my new spear with
Yeah.
me.
So you could just order some men to go do, because a bunch of troopers are kind of forming a ring here and towards the center, and you could order some guys off. In fact, that might be the best way to handle it, actually, because you're on foot now. So a fighting roll would be pretty difficult on one of these flanks.
Tell you what, I don't want to just roll fighting again.
So some
But
sort
I'm
of
pretty good athletics. Could I use that to maneuver myself through the ranks, potentially if a good roll, to position myself at her side to aid her?
you could. I would also allow like a marksmanship roll because it'd be easy to say if somebody dropped a spear or something. Any sort of like warfare roll, or honestly even a persuade roll, just to order some men over there. I would,
I feel decent persuade, but I think I want to be there to help her.
Okay.
You could throw the spear and then
Ah.
jump to it. Just a suggestion.
So I
So-
kind of figure my marksman is terrible.
Sure.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah, definitely don't do that then, because it'll just.
I think
You'll
I'll
never
never
see
see Luke is nearsighted. He doesn't realize it because we don't have that technology yet. But that will explain.
Yeah. If you chuck the spear, you'll never see it again.
So yeah, I think athletics to get through the horde to get to her side. I think is the
Okay.
my
Because that's run and stuff. So yeah, sure.
yeah. Okay, I don't have any bonuses here, but I do have 5 dice. I will roll them.
It's actually it is also for throwing some things. That's
That's roll
really
4
weird.
7.
So for items made for throwing, it's marksmanship. For other things, it's athletics. So you could like chuck a shield in that direction, or a big river stone, or like it's just not. I'm like, nah, I don't think that's as cool.
Yeah.
So let's just go with.
As much as I want to be Captain America, I will hop over man and opponent.
Yeah, so we'll call it go with running or jumping for the appropriate specialty here.
I have some dice. I have 12, 17, 20, 21.
21. That is not too shabby. That will be 2 degrees of success. So you are starting to kind of organize the troops to like kind of back up and make room for some fights in the middle, and maybe we can end this bloodshed. And then you hear, this Vale woman, Robert Baratheon's oldest bastard, yelling with a Baratheon-esque voice, like, come on then, you fucking Westerlanders! As she's got a knife and an axe out, and you are able to make your way over there.
Sweet voice. I can't say no to that.
And you get there, and she cuts down one of them with just rage and strength, those mountain climber arms and Baratheon shoulders. You run through.
With the sea spear. I'm going to say, "Milady, may I aid you?"
You're already aiding. This was a desperate athletics roll. You are able to run through one of them, just with Valyrian steel punching through mail like it's not there. And and the third of them falls over backwards with an arrow in his face. And backtracking the fletching, you see the Red Rose, who is apparently watching over you,
My wife and run away with her.
or Maya Stone. She could have been watching over Maya Stone.
Either way, she didn't run away with my wife. It's a win.
Either way, it's so romantic.
But Maya Stone kind of falls over on top of the guy that she was taking out, because then she just keeps hacking for a while. In that I'm not a trained fighter, I'm just really mad and I have an axe way. So then
pretty good, though.
you are able to be a bit gallant and you know, stop her. She turns and she takes your hand for a hand up, and we jump cut to the near future, where you have unlocked the Maya Stone plot event, which is Maya Stone leading a crack team of athletic and or stealthy killers up the paths that she knows better than anyone else alive in the Vale of Erin. So the grip is reversed for a moment as Maya Stone pulls Lucaris up and onto a ledge, where he joins Sir Damon Dane, the Knight of High Hermitage, who has his Dornish kind of turban face wrap on ninja style, along with the Red Viper, Prince Oberyn Martell, who is sharing hushed whispers with him as they clean their blades after slitting some throats. Joined by Black Bryce Whitebone, who has cut some throats in his days and climbed riggings, along with a pair of men from the Golden Company, Tristan Rivers and a man known only as Two Swords. And the lot of you are climbing out of the Vale of Erin with Peter Baelish in chains and gagged with you. So, that was the Maya Stone plot event, and I thought I'd give that one to Luke. So Maya Stone led a team of athletic murderers, which all Dornishmen are. It's in their nature.
Yeah, blood.
To go and get Peter Baelish, and you lot are taking him back out of the Vale.
That's exciting.
Which brings us to our G, and this one actually kind of works for Adam's last roll. Let me check the severity. All right, this is going to be a difficulty 15, well, total difficulty 20, as men are lining up and kind of arraying for this kind of standoff and kind of last trial by combat, and they're watching Bela fight Sir Trant, and they're watching a queen fight a king. You are... how to do this? You are struck by a potential future in a flash of dragon dream, and it kind of building on what I just showed. So yeah, let's do this. Difficulty 0 roll to kill some dudes and help with the fight, or a difficulty 10 roll to lean into the dragon dream and see a potential future that would be good. Does that make sense?
Yeah,
Okay.
totally. And really, that is no contest because I want to.
So
that's really interesting. So
you know, actually, don't even worry about the roll then. We'll just do no degree of success because the battle's there. So you get flashes of Dragon Dream, and this is actually an in-character flash forward that you see, Sir Peter Baelish in chains and gagged, getting kicked off a dock into a boat that is being captained by Lord Gerald Grafton of Gulltown, who has carried letters for you in the past, and is now going to smuggle Peter Baelish out of the Vale of Arryn, as he is joined on the boat by the Onion Knight. So Peter Baelish is kicked off the dock into this boat, and the Onion Knight throws a tarp over him and shakes the hand of the Lord of Gulltown, and then the Onion Knight smuggles Baelish back out with the commando team.
Gerald, I'll have to. I mean, at some point in the future, Adam's going to have to send him a quite opulent gift.
So, yes, you were able to arrange, through your existing working relationship with Lord Gerald, you were able to arrange Maya Stone and the Throat Cutting team getting in there in the future and then getting back out again. Which brings us back to the present. Felicia, make an opposed fighting roll against King Joffrey Baratheon.
Wannabe king.
First of his name.
Blah, blah, blah,
Blah, blah, blah. Man, 75 touches.
Yeah, I get ballsy.
All right, let's go looking. All right, Prince Joffrey's official stats. We're using them. Is that your difficulty on your fighting test? It's Castle Forge, though, so we'll give him a +1. Because he's got an expensive sword, if nothing else. It's a good one. All right, what are we looking at with our...
I have 16.
Okay.
17. Sorry.
All right, that's actually an extra degree of success, which I'm gonna say, so with the extra degree, you can choose. Do you kill him or do you beat him? Like, you can kill him if you want to, right now, in the shallows of the Ruby Ford, which may, forever after, be known as the Golden Waters, where that the Lannister bastard was opened up and bled out. Or you can humiliate him. Send him to the wall, exile him, execute him later. So you're gonna kill him or you're gonna beat him? What type of queen is Rhaenys gonna be?
I will beat him.
Okay. He swings at you a few times. It's better than you expect him to be. Some sort of something bred true. But, despite being Jaime Lannister's son, he has not really done this before. Maybe he's battered around a few gold cloaks, or some Kingsguard stood there and let him hit their shields, right? But, it's a few heavy swings that you're able to dodge and sidestep. You have not a dragon's dream, but a flashback, basically.
A flashback.
His ungainly flailing in this knee-deep water reminds you of the off-balance swings of the poisoned and dying young Adam Dannett that you fought what feels like a lifetime ago,
That was a long
and
time ago.
and in a way, what literally was a lifetime ago for you. But you are able to block and parry, and then you let a stab go past you and just hammer down. Um, and it almost knocks him off his feet as you just parry so hard. And then he sticks the tip of his sword in the water, cursing and sputtering. And as he's leaning on it to stand up, you slash the sword out from under him with your Valyrian steel.
With
And the
Dark Sister.
yes, with Dark Sister, the fabled Targaryen blade, and his sword breaks, and he falls into the mud with a gilded hilt in his hands, and is helpless at your feet. Bela, make another fighting test to see how things are going against Marin Train. You have the upper hand, and that will be reflected in his die roll. I'm treating him as though he has a wound. But we had kind of two trial by combats going on. So, we'll see how the more dangerous of the two goes.
Yes.
I have a 30.
Oh, so close. Just kidding. You are fine. Yours is also good enough. Do you kill him, or do you just beat him? Send him to the wall, exile him, something like that later. It is your choice.
I kill him.
Okay.
That fits.
I love those two very different ways of dealing with this. Great.
All right. He does put up a better fight than Joffrey did against Rhaenys. He is a good fighter. You take a wound in the process of defeating him, but you have gotten better since the last time you guys fought, and he hasn't. He's 4 years more middle-aged, right? Like he's plateaued. And he's just been, swagging around kind of doing nothing, while you have been gallivanting all over Westeros and Essos, getting into fights and practicing with your spear and all the rest. So, describe the kill. Like, he gets in, like, a good shot in the whole process, but you are able to finish him. How do you do it?
Yeah, so we're trading blows. He blocks one of my spear thrusts, and I use it, the momentum of the spear being knocked away, to spin the spear around to hit his sword arm. And then he brings his sword back up and around and slashes me across my arm, and which spins me a little bit. Spear in one hand, he doesn't see as I'm spinning around that I'm grabbing a special dagger from my belt. Dagger that I picked up so long ago in King's Landing. It was a gift from a certain treacherous plot against our house. A dragon bone dagger. And I finish the spin and throw it right into his chest, which isn't enough to kill him, but it's the surprise of it catches him off guard. And then
he drops his sword and stumbles, surprised. Got a dumb look on his face for a moment.
And then I continue the motion of the spin to up above my head, take the spear, and then just slash through his his midsection, opening him up, and
right.
he collapses from that.
And parting his Kingsguard armor effortlessly beneath the wicked blade of Sunfire.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, the good news is you get Sunfire and also the rest of Wyvern's Rest. As it turns out, you're not the heir, just the spear. So it just feels a little bit more right in your hands these days, as it's occurred to you that it really is your spear. It wasn't just given to you for your skill, it belongs to you, and you will prove it, and have proven it in front of everyone, by just butchering a full-on Knight of the King's Guard. There's a hushed moment as everyone sees the Lord Commander of the King's Guard is dead, and Bela is still on her feet and ready to face the rest of them. Lucaris is hurrying back. There's a horde of Dornish archers whose lines have not been breached that are ready to continue hurling sheets of arrows. Joffrey is on his knees under the blade Dark Sister that is currently not being swung actively, and people can actually see it. And there's a murmuring all through the crowd. Oh man, this
I
is
call
rough.
it. I just Tywin.
There's one letter left.
Oh, is there?
There is. I got one more.
The ghost of Rhaegar.
And I hope it's a good one.
And there is this kind of pregnant pause, and everyone is looking around like,
What do I do?
is she gonna kill him? Is someone else gonna kill? Is someone gonna step up and kill her? And Gregor Clegane does not recognize the social cues of people stopping and waiting to see what's happening. He's just like, no, like, I'm here to kill people, and there's people what needs killing. And he continues to advance, and there's this terrible kind of pregnant moment as Queen Rhaenys is looking down on Joffrey with her sword rested on his shoulder, almost like she's about to knight him, right? But she's holding it there kind of sideways, holding him down, just thinking, a flick of my wrist, and I will be a dark sister indeed to the brother that I do not remember, because he was taken from me. And you're just like, oh, I could kill him so easy. And the camera does this like slow dramatic pan from this so sharp Valyrian steel blade right there, and he's wearing a crown instead of his helmet, and it would be so easy to just open him up, and the camera settles on you resigning yourself to the rule of law and of respect for life, and then there's straight up horror movie sudden pan as Gregor Clegane is looming behind you with his greatsword overhead, as you have chosen to stay your hand and not take the life of the helpless Joffrey. He has decided to cut you in half from top to bottom,
Right?
because you're not moving, and he likes to do that. And it turns out that, this would be him completing that set. Like, he gets to actually kill Elia and her children now. This is that third one that got away earlier. He is there. He is ready. He is going to bring this blade down. And Renly Baratheon leaps into the path of the sword. And he brings up his own sword and shield in what should be a flawless parry. But the blade of Gregor Clegane is not so easily stopped. And it cleaves down and into the white Queen's Guard armor
Oh,
as the Lord Commander of your Queen's Guard also takes a blade and falls into the deepening red shallows of the Ruby Ford. The death of Gregor Clegane is a swift matter after that. It starts with him pausing at an order.
Rusty,
At an, yeah,
can I be part of this? My nephew gave me a
Just-
great idea. I would love to be.
yes, just give me a second.
Okay.
It starts with a pause as Tywin Lannister roars, "Hold, you cur!" And Gregor stops to look like, what the fuck? You told me to kill people, and I'm killing people. So he turns and gives a confused look at Lord Tywin, who is still astride his horse, and is yelled indignantly for this lunatic to stop. And then, in his white King's Guard armor, the Hound tackles his brother, just roaring. Maybe he just finally has an excuse. But he grabs him with both arms and starts the kind of football player
Sides are off
slide,
that.
pushing him like a blocking dummy, and they're kicking up mud, and it's just churning underfoot. And Adam remembers his dreams from this place where the dragon was reborn with the help of this place. And it was the silty sand from underfoot. And you see Elia Sand, your cousin, with her spear, drive it into the back of Gregor Clegane's unarmored knee.
Oh, wow.
And you remember, as the dragon rose from this water, it was also loosing stones from underfoot. And Maya Stone joins in the tackle. She doesn't just yeet a rock. She and her Baratheon weight, having just watched her uncle get cut down, she clambers against Clegane from the side and grabs him around the hips. And you remember the dragon rising from the waters. And Oris swings his hammer as Clegane is halted and his weapon is tangled up in the body of the Hound, and he can't swing it to defend himself. And Oris's hammer swings just stupid, brutal baseball bat swing. And that warhammer of Robert Baratheon that decades ago opened the breastplate of Rhaegar and named this place the Ruby Ford, crushes the helmet off of Clegane's head and rips about half of his face off in doing so. So the helmet goes flying and it's just cut up. And for a moment, the Clegane brothers are standing there just roaring at each other with the Hound's half-burnt face up against Clegane's just like chafed off face. And the scars are all anyone can see as those two just bellow almost inhumanly at one another. And then there is a pause as the river itself, Cervanin rivers, once upon a time, now the Justman, tilt the scale and starts to rush in as well. But, Luke, you are also there. you can run in alongside Vannon to put an end to this mad dog. What does
Not
Luke
only
do?
do I do so without hesitation, but I take my spear in hand, and this was partly just my nephew. I strike at where he is probably least armored, and that is his ankle, his Achilles tendon. And with a circling blow, that is where I strike and where I hit my Valerian steel spear.
And it digs in wonderfully. It because you guys are in the river, you have to stab into the water, and you just don't even feel his ankle down there. You kind of put the tip of the spear into the silt under of the bottom of the river, and then you just slide the sea spear through the water. That aerodynamic, sideways blade, like when you hold your hand out a car window, right? And it
You
just
like let it go up and
slices,
down with the aerodynamics.
and
Yeah,
you
been
just
there.
slice it through the river, with no resistance or hesitation. And you only know that you have struck when a fresh wave of crimson floods out from behind them. And then, as his other leg buckles, one from the knee, one from this Achilles tendon, everyone stabs at once, is basically what happens. Everyone that's over there, as Clegane begins to falter, the hound just wrestles him down. Everyone comes up with a bloody weapon, and then Oris brings that hammer down in a brutal overhand swing with a little hop to it first, and all of his weight and all of the history of Robert Baratheon's Warhammer comes down spike end first into Gregor Clegane's back as his own brother holds him under the water. It does not take long for Maester Ferris, because he's right there, to tie off the stump that is left of Renly's sword arm.
Oh,
He lost his arm here, and then almost again lost it here, as he brought this parry up, and it went through his sword, through his arm, and into his bicep.
oh fuck.
But
Oh.
Maester Ferris is there, and Maester Ferris is quick, and is able to affix a belt and hurriedly keep Renly alive. If he had not been a Baratheon, it likely would have cut him in twain.
Right?
He's got the knife in there.
But he's got that +1 endurance that comes from being a true-born Baratheon.
Oh, I'm so happy. I was sitting just feeling so sad for Lawrence, and you've just like the relief I'm feeling right now. Oh,
and
yeah.
in that ensuing rushed moment of everyone hearing different things in that terrible adrenaline spiked, this was 5 seconds tops, right? Some of you just hear the river rushing. Some of you only hear the weird kind of far away sound of the disturbed rocks clanking against each other. For a moment, Rainey's, you just hear this dumb fucking songbird over there in a tree that's not even disturbed at all these humans anymore because they've been at it for hours. And it's just chirpy derping. And it just, you hear the wind through the trees, you hear the splash of the water, you hear the crunch of that hammer, and then the ensuing splash. You hear the hound continue to roar down into the face of his brother, and he comes up with a river rock and is crushing that skull eventually. And then the sound kind of all comes rushing back, and all anyone hears is Tywin Lannister yelling for the army of the Westerlands to stand down and telling Joffrey not to move. The day is yours.
Oh, sorry. Can I just check? Like, I was presuming the archers were like kind of way back, like probably elevated, or like, am I able to hear all that as well, or am I too far
Yes.
away?
Tywin Lannister has a command voice. It rings out over the battle just fine. Yes.
Okay.
So yeah, the battle is over. Everyone is able to go check on some loved ones.
I'm gonna collapse for a moment into the river.
Yeah, everyone's able to get their own bandaging seen to in due time. Willis is unharmed, except for, he ruefully says, except for my dignity, as though he hadn't killed like 6 guys. Right?
He's very modest. He's
Right.
the Reachland.
But yeah, you are, and yeah, basically
I was gonna kill him unless he got 5 guys at least, but he got 6, so he's okay.
So you guys basically just completely have the good ending. We are left with montage scenes of those flashbacks coming true as Peter Baelish is dragged out of the Vale, tried for the poison of his king that led to the death of the Queen and most of the Kingsguard, including National Treasure Barristan Selmy.
Yeah.
Those
Yeah.
Lannister boys beg for exile to the Wall for their part in what they see now was poisoning the king.
That's up to my queen.
Okay, so they will
Have
go.
a whole little group of Lannisters at the wall.
So they will go north. There is that. Sir Stafford Lannister asks you to go north to the Wall to pay for the crime of rising up in treason against you. That's not the thing he feels guilty about,
No.
but that is what he is asking you for.
Mm.
Do you accept that, or do we gently talk him down?
Isn't he like married and has other kids and stuff?
Yes.
Okay, well then we're gonna try and talk him down because he's
Okay.
too good to.
But yeah, he is Davin and Serena's father, and they
Yeah.
also have a younger sister, Miriel.
Right.
So like the other thing is, if he leaves, then like probably Davin needs to go home or something.
Right.
So you're
Right.
like, yeah, I don't want to do
The
that.
heir-
So
I mean,
all right. So you, this is just a yes no. So you can talk
Yeah.
him down just fine.
I want to talk him down. We need him.
So there is that. Tyrion Lannister was with Kevin back in King's Landing. They are both unharmed and will be voices of moderation in the ensuing negotiations, which will basically then just be I, Tywin Lannister, am a dutiful grandfather, and I paid no heed to those salacious rumors of any perversion between my children. Such things are acceptable for Targaryens, but we are not. And so, believing Joffrey to be the trueborn king, after the tragic death of his father, that we now understand to have been Peter Baelish's fault, and that my family has already paid the price for, with 2 of our best and brightest young knights with their whole lives ahead of them, now being sent to the Wall, along with the promise of appropriate provisions being sent to the wall to aid them every year, as befits their birth as trueborn Lannisters. Just try to just butter you up by bribing the Night's Watch, which he's heard you have a soft spot for. And he states that with the death of Joffrey, the obligation of Sandor Clegane to the Kingsguard is no more, so the Hound should rise as the rightful knight of Clegane lands. But he suggests that you might keep Sirs Brax or Marbrand in your service, and he would be willing to lose either of those fine knights should they be so honored as to serve your grace. So there's that other kind of caveat. But he is definitely trying to just make it sound like he is doing nothing. He had done nothing wrong, and he has paid his dues for having done nothing wrong. And he was just kidding if you decide he did do something wrong. And he's sorry that you feel offended that he did, right?
Sorry
Like,
that you
it's
feel upset with him.
It's this sort of elaborate non-apology that is coming with some gold, and admitting that he was misinformed and misguided and blah blah blah. But what it's boiling down to is, what do you want to do with Joffrey and with his grandfather, Lord Tywin? Which of them do you want to deal with first? Because we are going to do this one at a time, and then I'm going to have some potential NPC stuff that might steer later ones. So I'm assuming it's just a given you're going to officially have him called Joffrey Waters.
Joffrey Waters.
Okay. Son of, formal decree goes out, son of Jaime and Cersei. Got it. So that's a given. So which of the two do you want to kind of pass judgment on first? The one that led the army, like in truth, or the one that tried to kill you himself? Like grandpa or grandson? Which one is...
Felicia, this is all on you. If you want to ask us, feel free, but also get him.
Yeah,
Get
you
him.
Yeah.
And if I have to play Reigns of Casper, just so you know, what would happen if they won, I would do so.
But this is going to set the tone for the rest of forever.
There.
I have to think of that too. All right. Okay. Joffrey first. He's easy. It's going to the wall. Period. It's going to the wall. He's lucky I didn't just slay him.
Legs off, too. Legs off.
So off to the wall with Joffrey. He will be joining his cousins, as Joffrey Waters, going north to freeze. Got it.
They're not going to thank me for that one.
In between trials, as it were, you will be approached by Tyrion Lannister. Well, Davin Lannister escorting Tyrion to you,
Okay.
right? So it's not just
Right.
it's not Tyrion just knocking on your bedroom door late at night. Yet. And this is all weeks later. People have had some time to heal. Armies have disbanded. The Riverlands have surrendered. Yada yada. Things are going well. So Tyrion approaches you and basically says, if it might assist in your decision-making process in regards to the fate of my father, and as such our house, I understand that should Lord Tywin no longer be Lord of Casterly Rock, either because he travels to Essos, travels to the north, or travels with the stranger, I might be an unfavorable match, and I am not certain that I am prepared to marry, nor am I certain I could produce heirs to keep my line alive. But I do also know that legally and in keeping the traditions of Westeros, it should fall to me. However, if instead it would mean that your grace would bestow the lordship of Casterly Rock to Tommen when he comes of age, and for it to be stewarded by my Uncle Kevin until then, I would be willing to relinquish my birthright and accept an exile. I hear there is a fine little home not far from the sea, filled with more books than one might expect. And I have not visited the Dornish coast, but I am told that the women there are as warm as the sun. He wants to go stay in Sea Spray Village
Hmm.
with all of Jothos Valerian's books, if it means, as queen, you re-legitimize Tommen and Myrcella, legally calling them Jaime's bastards and not mentioning their mother, so that they can once again be Baratheons. So he wants what is best, he thinks, for the Westerlands and for Tommen and Myrcella. And it sounds like Davin is on board, or Davin probably wouldn't have brought him here and asked you to speak to him.
If you want to ask people, I have opinions. They're all good, though.
They're all good, huh? Well, let's hear it.
Tywin's no enemy of ours. He's an ally, if nothing else. He was bound by family duty to aid his own family, but if exile into Dorne and a little place, a few extra books, keeps him out of our hair as a political enemy and keeps him happy, I see no reason not to do it.
And he would be close enough that House
They could-
Targaryen could keep an eye on him.
Yeah, or party. I mean, yes, an eye on him.
He would be closer to you. So it's more hangout time.
So this offer is Tyrion asking a favor for Tommen and Myrcella in exchange for removing himself from the equation. Whatever you want to do with his dad, this would just be simplifying what comes next, is what he's offering. To be clear, he's not offering anything for Tywin. He's not, like, Tywin is not on this plate in any
Really?
way. He is speaking
Just
only
his
for
niece and
himself.
nephew.
Yeah, he just
He-
wants, he's like, if it will help with whatever decision you will make, what I want is for you to remove me from the line, but re-legitimize them.
As
because
Lannisters.
they are Jaime Lannister's sons and daughter, and Jaime Lannister is the eldest son of Lord Tywin.
Done.
Alas, they were born out of wedlock, because as a Kingsguard knight, he should have borne no children.
Right.
But, right, like, things happen, but, like, that's what he wants, is...
I give Brady's
Yeah.
the dog. I agree.
And note, he is very specifically asking about Tommen and Myrcella, not Joffrey. You re-legitimize people one at a time.
Yeah.
Like, you legitimize Oris to make him Lord of the Stormlands. That doesn't legitimize all Robert Baratheon's kids, right?
Right.
Same thing here. He is asking for Tommen and Myrcella to please be legitimized.
This
it's like,
actually helps me because I was having a very difficult time trying to figure out what to do with Tommen and Myrcella.
I know.
This seems like a good solution, honestly.
It does, and I think that that's the one we'll go with.
almost like Tyrion is a clever little man.
Uh, that one. Okay, I'm fine with that.
All right.
That's a good. That's a good.
And he approaches you in it's a not sarcastic Tyrion tone. He is not begging, but he speaks to you in that clear and measured Tyrion voice from the show a few times, right? About once a season, he spoke carefully and plainly and truthfully, and things made sense instead of it being like mocking. That's how he talked. It's that sincere voice of like, look, this makes your life easier. This makes the transition of power in the Westerlands easier. My Uncle Kevin is a good man. Tommen is a good boy. This is best for everyone, right? Like, it's that voice. It's not like a sarcastic, I'm gonna go fuck some Dornish sluts, or, like, it's not, he's not all flippant about it,
Right.
uh, or begging, right? Like, it's just, look, I thought about this, and I think this is good. So, all right. He will accept that deal with a grave handshake, followed by a bow, and, mild tears in his eyes of gratitude because he was able to see to his nephew and niece that were worth seeing to. So, that does leave the Tywin question.
I want to hear everybody's thoughts before I go into this. Bela, I know your thoughts.
I'd send him to the wall. They could use a good commander, and we don't need him scheming.
With all respect, he's too dangerous. The wall. I say end him.
It does occur to you that if the wall is going to be sending extra coin north to go with Joffrey and his cousins, if Tywin were also at the wall, they might be getting some of those castles fixed up, right? Like, they could be rebuilding, instead of just having 3 castles. You could do a lot worse than Tywin for a head steward, and maybe even for Lord Commander someday, if he flies straight.
Yeah, I give that some thought. I still
So-
think it's not worth the danger of leaving Tywin alive.
Do
So
you think the risk is too much? Okay.
yeah, that will be what I say to Radiance. It's just the risk to our children, the risk to our families. Tywin's still alive. It's too much. We know what he does to his enemies.
My other question is, who else are you asking? Because as this is going on, you are assembling your small council around you.
Yeah.
And that's a thing that Tywin could actually play a role in. If you're feeling particularly froggy, you could make him your hand or whatever, but who are you asking? I mean, yes, your siblings, but just so
Stannis
that
is my hand.
okay. I'm just saying, just so I can know and have answers ready. So siblings answer, but you're asking Stannis. Who else?
Because that was my answer. I didn't really let everyone else talk. So
My
and
husband.
again, we're going fuzzy on time here. So I'm going to say you can ask basically anyone in Westeros. You could write to the wall and ask them. You could ask Kevin Lannister what he thinks should be done with his brother. You could ask Gemma Lannister, right? The sister that you already have a relationship with. I'm just going to say, because we're kind of doing some time skips, you can get input from whoever. I just need to know who so I can prepare some answers real quick while siblings will be answering.
Stannis, Willis.
Stannis, Willis.
I almost said, Lord, my car.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, you're gonna find out. Yeah, like, oh, I'm gonna ask Grandpa Maker. Oh,
Yeah.
For the record,
I'll
just
ask...
while you're thinking about it, just to make it clear, what I'm planning is the very last scene of the show, when the last of these judgments are done, is you lot going off to a splendid funeral for Maekar Nymerian. Like, just you guys know, we're not glossing over him. It's just like that was going to be like, this was our last order of business, and now we're all dressed up to go to this splendid funeral, right? Just BT dubs.
Actually, you know whose thoughts I would like is Kevin Lannister.
Okay, Stannis with Kevin. I will work on those.
All right.
You've got Bela and Adam to.
Nope, Bela
Yes.
already told me.
Oh, sorry. I missed that.
Bela was like, send him to the wall.
That's right. That's why I kind of missed it. I was like, oh yeah, it was that one. Okay.
Luke said, bad idea, he's too dangerous. Which I also get. Waiting on Adam. But he's thinking really hard.
I was waiting for people to be done speaking or for me to be addressed and asked, that's all.
You're the one. Let's hear it.
I'm not convinced that he could do that much damage at the wall, even if he went on a dedicated campaign of power grabbing and decided to move against you. There are not that many men in the Watch. And I am, well, call me a sentimental, soft-hearted fool, but I am a great believer in allowing someone to redeem themselves. Either willingly or by doing penance.
Alright.
Okay.
Next. Stannis. Or Willis. Or Kevin.
Okay. Stannis. The wall is a suitable punishment for his crimes, and Castle Black could do with the improvements that would come with an influx of Lannister gold and Tywin's mind for logistics. With the limited wealth of the wall to work with, even should it be bolstered by some gifts from Kevin and Tommen, I see little threat that he could pose from up there, and even should he pose such threat, the men of the Night's Watch I have met would not suffer such machinations lightly. So that's from Stannis, is laws, and I respect the Night's Watch.
Okay.
Willis. It says, well, my love, how has Orton Lugas fared in the north? Has he schemed with any success or plotted for the years that he has been there? Because he seems to me to be a bit of a Baelish or a Tywin writ small. And if he has done no damage there whatsoever, then I do not think either of them would do much damage either. And while the wall may be a fine and fitting punishment for treason, whether Tywin would be a threat or not, however, be aware that the people of Dorne may want blood for Elia and Aegon. And the way they are seeing it, they may have yet have gotten very little. Do we know for certain who did what that awful day in this awful castle those many years ago?
We do not, but perhaps Tywin could be convinced to give us that information in exchange for living out his life on the wall.
Which brings us to Kevin. Kevin is very polite. Of course, he's all, as the queen sees fit. I took the liberty of a quick examination and an interview with your maester, and it would seem that there is a precedent either way, where, of course, the Golden Company could certainly vouch for the fact that exile is an appropriate punishment for rising up in treason, and I must admit, Your Grace, Tywin may find some irony in rekindling the name of that company under his rule, should you think Essos fit. Should you do so, I would speak with him, my lady, and perhaps our sister could join us, and we would get his word that the Golden Company would sail back to Westeros only once, and that would have been this time in your service. He's promising, if you exile him, he would get a promise from Stannis that nothing bad would, that he would not come
Tywin?
back with the Golden Company.
Okay.
So he's leaning exile instead, which might just be he cares about his brother and wants him to have a warm climate, right? Instead. But so there you go. Those are some options that I think fit each character. You're welcome.
Thanks.
None of
That
them
was
are
very
making
thoughtful.
your mind up for you. They are giving you different arguments for each thing. You're welcome. Counselors.
If I may, Rainies,
Mm.
just to add one more last argument. The question is less, why does he not deserve the wall, and more, why does he deserve that over death? With that, whatever you decide, I will back.
The question is less about deserves, Willis will cut in, and more about
The
how
intent
will
of my rule.
the Westerlands react.
Yeah.
Lord Tywin is inarguably the most successful and respected lord that the Westerlands have had for as long as anyone yet living has been alive. If they think he is being unduly punished for caring for his grandson,
Which is how they'll see it.
the kindly gestures of Kingsguard cloaks and re-legitimizing Tommen and Myrcella may stand for precious little. So it sounds like
These are not untrue facts.
so out of character.
Yeah.
The question is, how much does Dorne like you, and how much would this change how much Dorne likes you? And how much does the Westerlands like you, and how much would this change how much the Westerlands like you? And then, if either side is completely unhappy, how would they try to solve that problem? If the Westerlands are completely unhappy with your decision, they could rise up in revolt. If Dorne is completely unhappy with your decision, well, maybe Uncle Orain Waters takes a trip up the coast and Oberyn Martell sails with him. And then Tywin mysteriously died, right? Or honestly, Dornishmen would fall all over themselves to get exiled in order to go north and be the one to murder Tywin for you.
Right?
So, it's a solvable problem.
Yes, I rather do think, Your Grace, that the Dornish resentment is at least partially dealt with the death of the man who carried out the order, and the resentment over the lack of blood of the man who may have given it may be quelled somewhat by later mitigating factors that they may take into their own hands if they wish. I believe that pacifying them would be significantly easier than quelling a Westerlands revolt.
Am I wrong in that we don't know who actually did this?
No.
You are correct. There are rumors aplenty, but yeah, you don't know who killed
then.
Elia and young Aegon and whatever girl stood.
Give it anybody.
Tywin's fate relies on...
Under Tywin's orders.
It was presumed to be under Tywin's orders.
Tywin took credit for it with Robert, is the thing. It's, whether he did it or not, he took the credit for it with Robert Baratheon by wrapping the bodies up in Lannister cloaks and laying them at his feet. So there's a reason the rumors are that Tywin ordered it. It's because
Yeah,
Tywin's army was sacking the city at the time, and Tywin took credit. But there isn't
yeah,
like
All right.
yeah.
Now,
I'm just saying he may not have actually did it, but he did want people to think he did.
I made my decisions.
All
I
right.
will speak to Tywin.
Tywin is available. You find him in a small room downstairs.
Stab him.
You are
Right.
speaking to Tywin.
I'll speak to him.
Yep, he is there. You have him.
Your fate is a complicated one, but you control it.
As I
As
have
always.
as I have the rest of my life.
Exactly, as always. Your decision is rather simple. If you will tell me who murdered my mother and my brother, you will live and go to the wall. If you don't, then you will stand in that stead as the murderer of my kin, and you will be executed.
And I suppose there's little point in simply giving you the name of someone I might want dead, or in simply giving you the name of someone already dead, that there is no one for blame to fall upon.
Um, you are a wily, scheming man, but you are Lord Tywin Lannister. You have yet some honor to your name.
As it turns out, unfortunately though it may be for me, the man who carried out the murder of your mother and your younger brother is dead. You saw him stabbed, crushed, and drowned in the very river where you claimed your great victory. I know some details of this death that you might not. Would you want to hear them before I continue talking?
Yes. I need to know.
It was Gregor Clegane. He was ungentle with your mother, and from how he has told it to me, a flick of his wrist killed your brother quite quickly. But you have not asked, Rhaenys Targaryen, who killed you?
Who did kill me, if not your dog?
Will this answer suit to the question that you initially asked? And if this answer is given, and given truly, I will, out of character, sorry, did you specify the wall or exile? Or was
I
it just
specified
lived
the
on?
wall.
The wall? Okay. Sorry about that. I just missed that.
Yeah.
And if I answer this truly, will you keep your word and send me to the north, where I might yet do some good serving the realms of men?
That is the deal. Yes.
And whether I speak this truth to you or not, if, let us say, instead, I spat in your face and you cut me down right now, or had me executed tomorrow for these murders, or for this treason, or for whatever excuse you find, when I am gone, whether it be to the north or with the stranger, who gets Casterly Rock?
Tommen Lannister.
What of my son?
called him his son.
Wow.
Now that he only has one.
Right?
It's got real. Yeah.
Lord Tyrion has offered himself in exile, but to Dorne, where the women are much prettier than on the wall.
Where he is on the
Warmer.
opposite where he is on the opposite end of the continent from me. Tommen, you say. Who will
Tommen.
rule until he comes of age?
Kevin.
And Myrcella?
Myrcella will also be legitimized as Jaime Lannister's daughter. And she will have her choice of a future.
You will find them suitable matches, befitting the Lord of Casterly Rock and his younger sister.
Yes. That is how Westeros will continue.
Sorry.
Oh,
It's through the match, through marriages and families.
you will treat them fairly. As I treated Gwyneth Ironwood. I could have taken her with me to the east. I could have given her to Joffrey.
But you didn't.
But as my sister kept me true, I trust she or someone will do the same with you. Sir Amory Lorch, there are witnesses who can attest to the fact that the last Lord Tarbeck, a 3-year-old boy, was thrown down a well in Tarbeck Hall. That was, alas, not the only small child to fall under the hands of Amory Lorch. The similarly 3-year-old Princess Rhaenys Targaryen was dragged from under her bed and stabbed to a red ruin. I swaddled the children in Lannister cloaks to hold them together, not to hide the blood. When Amory Lorch dies for his clumsiness, see to it, if you will, he is stabbed the dozens of times he needed to silence a little girl.
It shall be so.
Then I am
I
off.
turn to a person
Yeah.
and I say, "See, Sir Emery Lorch," because that's what I do now.
Yeah, you get to just do that. So, all right.
Perfectly.
That will be taken care of. Pretty effortlessly.
Actually, I'll send Lucaris after him. That'll make Lucaris feel better too.
Yeah, 100%. 10-10.
Yeah, sounds cathartic.
All right. Then I'm going to step away for just one more minute because here's the thing. I already gave you guys the story of how you recover Peter Baelish and how you apologize after the fact to the Lady of the Vale by explaining to her that this man was responsible for Jon Arryn's death and should not have been kept around your children. He was unsafe and a drug dealer. So, you lot are free to determine Peter Baelish's fate. Have that scene. I'm going to run AFK for a
We
second.
will have it. So, as we're together, yeah. What do you guys want?
I have very strong thoughts about this.
Let's hear it.
Adam, for his very personal reasons, wants to remove his tongue from his body and tell him why he's doing that when he does it, well, before he does it. And he thinks very strongly as well that our Uncle Montford should be allowed to avenge his son by delivering a fatal blow to him. Everything else is just gravy. Like, those are the two things Adam gives a shit about, as far as he's concerned.
Okay.
I agree to allow our Uncle Montfort to do as he wishes. I have no feelings of anything towards Baelish that he might be productive at the wall. I have no interest in him going to Associ, where his machinations could continue. I have no interest in him being banished anywhere else. He is forfeit.
I missed your suggestion, Ash. What was it? Just to have
Right. I want to very slightly revise it because I've been going through what Adam wants to say
Okay,
in my head.
that's fine.
Yeah. Adam would like to remove his tongue and ideally also his hands, as basically his own personal vengeance, and then he wants him to be ultimately given to our Uncle Montfort to do whatever the fuck he wants with him. He very specifically does not want him to go to the wall, or like Bill has said, to Essos, where he can, and also the removing of the
Oh no.
reasoning, apart from his personal vengeance, is that those are the things he uses to manipulate people, and he should not be allowed to ever do that again.
So I give you a nod and check off on it.
For the record,
just on the, and I'm saying that as the caveat, just on the off chance that Montfort doesn't want to kill him, which is probably unlikely, but
what you have heard from Uncle Montfort, and this is speaking to you as the Lord of Driftmark. It's hopefully soon Master of Ships officially. Like I think that was the plan.
That's the plan.
Is should Lord Baelish be sent into exile or north to the wall, I will sail him there. And he gives you this flat ass look of he's not gonna make it. He was like, but wherever you need him to go, like if you want to say you're showing mercy, you can show mercy. There'll be a storm. Oh no! Right, like so he's like whatever and if you want, if you just straight up give him to Montfort to kill, he's just gonna sail off with him, and no one will ever find a body until they're gutting a shark 100 years from now. That's
it's like when it's rings in the belly.
Here's something that
But just so you know, that's what Lord Montfort has said is his plan. That's what he's got. No elaborate stuff that he has shared with the rest of the family. He's just like, whatever happens, just please let me take you in a boat, and your problem will go away.
Oh, nice of him.
all right, maybe people need to see that I am merciful, and I have been merciful. I've been measured. I have been
Well, there are thousands of people you can be merciful to, though.
right. I mean,
you have been far more merciful than at least half of your predecessors, Your Grace.
and but also I was raised in Dorne, and my mother is a Dornish princess. So he dies, and he dies badly.
It was also Dorne he attacked,
Exactly.
right? So yeah,
But
you
he
can.
needs to die in a Dornish way, which means suffering. Right?
Yeah. I mean,
How about
the Dornish have lots of ways. You could, in fact, make a gift of him to your uncle, the Prince of Dorne, because it was the Dornish peace that was broken by Peter Baelish and his sellsword's attack.
No.
And then just nobody has to even know. Like
I have heard several
he gets Emery
suggestions
Lorch.
behind me of starving and or dehydrating him to death from very suspicious children who have issues.
Adam, have you discussed what you want to do with Ferris?
What do you mean? What do I want to do with Ferris? Ferris
Well,
is coming
have you
home with me.
discussed what you want to do to Baelish
I-
with
I
Ferris?
had I had not anticipated involving Ferris,
At all?
but
There's no
um,
rush.
I
just
I
want
I I sorry. I confess that in my eagerness to do Peter Baelish harm, I did not really think terribly hard about the exact method by which I wish to extract his extremities. Um, if Ferris is willing to do it,
no. What I mean is, does he know
but
of your desire, what you want to do, what you're planning to do? Have you explained to him?
I have told him what I want to do, but not since before the battle.
I don't want you to do something that you will not necessarily regret, but I just don't want you to do something you can't ever take it back.
Oh, I know.
It's not clean. It's not an execution. It's cruel.
I don't want. And was it not cruel that to us, to our uncle?
I agree. I didn't say he wasn't cruel. I said you aren't cruel. I'm prepared to give you all the time you want with him to do what you wish before he's given to Uncle Montfort.
There is nothing I could say to him that would sufficiently hurt him. He doesn't care what I think. He doesn't care how I feel about what he's done. I don't expect him to show any remorse. How do you hurt a man who cares not for your cutting words? I appreciate your concern for me, Your Grace. I have thought about what I wanted to do for a very long time.
Right.
I believe I can live with this. Of course, and well, I think Ferris knows enough that if he wanted to stop me, he would have done so by and dissuaded me from it. If you really don't want me to,
Mm-mm. I'm not taking this decision from you. This is yours. And
I mean,
you're the one.
I wasn't planning on doing it with my bare hands. I was just going to have someone do it, but not necessarily any specific person.
Who would you like to carry that? If not yourself.
I mean,
I'll do it.
Who else is here for this
conversation?
conversation?
I'll do it.
My husband is pretty much with me for all these discussions.
Okay.
I mean,
And
yeah,
probably
okay.
Ferris.
Sorry, I had thought it was just the four of us, so it
Sorry.
hadn't occurred to me that there would be other people. If there are other people, you know what, Ferris is probably present, unless someone else told him not to be.
I don't see getting Valena and Luca apart at this moment. So
Okay. I didn't want to assume. All right then. Willis will speak up. Ferris is not only your Ferris, but he is your maester. He is your servant in body as much as he is in heart. And I do not think it is in Ferris to naysay you for many things. But on behalf of Ferris, I would simply ask, would you want to touch Ferris with those same hands for the rest of the lives that you have to spend together in Harrenhal? And would Ferris want to be touched by those hands? And if not, whose hands would you so bloody?
They're gladly it falls in your mind, brother.
You make a good point, Willis, and I take that point. Luke also wishes revenge upon Lord Baelish.
No, I in beyond revenge, but as I said, as the heir to the Mark, I can do this.
If you're willing to assist me, then I accept.
In my queen name, but his punishment, I will see it done, and I will see whatever's left handed over to our uncle.
Sorry, I keep knocking my keyboard.
All right, so it sounds like the Nymerian boys are going to get a little Dornish on his ass.
Yeah.
We are not going to roleplay it out or go into any more detail. Bad things happen to Peter Baelish.
I mean, Adam had specific things he did want to say. I mean, I could outline them. It's not very long. He just wanted to specify why he was doing this specifically. Sorry, I thought I had a slightly more time to prepare. Just as Luke's about to kind of do this, that Adam is going to say for attacking our home, and and for every letter that was shot down and did not reach us from our uncle as his son was dying, for each of those letters that you gave those orders with, my brother is going to remove one of your fingers and then your hand.
And there's no words or explanation I owe him. I will do things silently and then turn him over when we're done to our uncle.
I'm presuming he's gagged, so he can't even talk back,
Right.
to be honest. And on a personal note, I will also have him take your tongue, which you used to poison Lynn's heart against me. And then you'll be given to the man who you made grieve alone to do as he wishes with you. And then he will nod to Luke to do it.
All right. It is carried out. We are done with the scene. We don't need to role play out the grisly goings on. Baelish is punished, and Baelish is executed. What is the crime that Baelish is executed for on paper? In the books the Maesters write, Queen Rhaenys?
Sounds like treason and conspiracy.
I'm just wondering, is it
tax evasion?
Is it for the poisoning
for the
of
murder
Robert
of Cersei Lannister? Cersei Baratheon, I guess.
So Cersei Baratheon, Robert Baratheon, Jon Arryn. Okay, and then for an attack on Nymerian lands, or is that not mentioned?
That is definitely mentioned.
Okay,
yes.
I'm just wanting to know if you're doing it as a Nymerian or as a Targaryen, like which crimes are going in the book, right? Like that was the perspective thing. So
yes.
All right.
So I think giving Robert and Cersei that,
Sure. Okay. That is what goes in the books written by the shaky hand of Grand Maester Pycelle.
Yeah, it takes so long.
He doesn't write slowly. And then,
sure?
Uncle Monford, as master of ships, accompanied by who's your master of laws if it's not Stannis? Because he's hand.
That's a good question.
Whatever, it's fine. If you don't have one off the top of your head, you don't need to have one.
I mean, wasn't Kevin just doing that for
Yeah.
Tommen? I mean, we haven't
And-
shipped everybody out yet, so he
and
could still be subbing in for
Kevin-
that.
Kevin would probably be a fine master of laws, honestly, if you know. But anyways, all right. So, yeah, they will take him out in sailing. They get a bucket from a flea bottom butcher shop across the street from where Bess's bakery used to be, and they take that bucket of chum, and Uncle Monfort just says to draw the sharks, and then sails off with Peter Baelish.
Good.
All right.
Yeah, it is
And
late.
yeah, what remains then is the funeral of Maekar Naimarian.
Oh boy.
And that is
Yeah.
what is left. So, I, for one, think that it is late enough and this is heavy enough that we don't necessarily want to roleplay out a bunch of speeches. I am picturing just I don't want to say the biggest fire King's Landing's ever known because it's burned down a couple times or whatever. Like it's come close to it. But I'm picturing just a giant goddamn funeral pyre. A giant fucking ship getting shoved out to sea. Whole damn thing soaked in oil. Like the biggest ship in the Royal Fleet. And, you know, Grandpa Maekar on it. And all anybody can see, like by royal decree, people stifle their lanterns and put out their torches and cover their windows.
Yeah.
And every torch in the city is put down once the arrows catch. And just the only light people see is the fire carrying Maekar Naimarian's spirit to his wife and sons. So just this big old fire drifting out into the bay in our own kind of homage to the wildfire of the Blackwater Bay battle in the show and stuff. Like just this burning ship going out and carrying Maekar all the way to Old Valyria. And his plans worked. You have the loyalty of the Westerlands. The Reach is pacified. The Lady of the Vale, while still erratic and not leaving the Vale for quite some time, if ever, nor allowing her son to, is content that she seems kind of broken because it was Baelish, but the killer of her husband, which she was not a part of this time, is brought to justice, the yada yada. The North is content as long as you are fair with the Riverlands, and you were planning to be. So the Starks are not a problem. Dorne is okay. Dorne is okay. Prince Oberyn is not terribly pleased with Tywin Lannister keeping his life, but he also just says, but he just says, but I know what direction to go in to find him. And I do appreciate you giving me Amory Lorch. So Amory Lorch dies in Sunspear, executed, by right of pit and gallows of the Princes of Dorne.
Good. Good.
At some point, I'm going to nod to Uncle Oberyn and just be like, I've always wanted to go north. I'll give a little sly smile. That will end that plot line.
They grieve Quentin. There's lots of grieving. There's grieving to go around. But yeah, most people came out better than expected.
Despite your best efforts.
They could have been worse. But yeah, so I think things worked out
I
pretty
think there's
okay.
one question that is on
Oh
everybody.
God, Robert.
No, it is. It is. It's on
Why
everybody's
are you so
lips.
obsessed?
He wasn't even interested in him.
What's the thing? What's the question?
Did Elliot fuck Ned?
Well, I was going to say that. There are children listening.
Who do you ask?
I guess I'm just asking in general knowledge. If people know that or not.
Because Ned will not tell, and Elia will say, yeah. And then Beric Dondarrion, and then finally Oris came to his senses, and then that Garland Tyrell, and Loras, and don't tell Rhaenys, but this is why Willis limps. And like, yeah, like she's just gonna like claim to have fucked everybody. Where Ned will claim to have fucked nobody.
I'm so glad we're ending on, our highest, most noble pursuits.
Finishing pretty much how we started, like
Right?
making
So all right.
All right, that's it.
Thanks everybody. Thanks for sticking around a little late.
Whole campaign.
I think it was worth it. We'll be back in 2 weeks to finally start the main plot line that I had planned. The prequel part is done. So we'll be back. It'll be 20 years later in game. You're all playing as the kids. This has all just been nothing but setting the stage.
Yeah. This was just the beginning part of plot 1 of 15.
Yeah, this was just creating this was our Westeros branching off. That's all.
Yeah, it was the character final part of the campaign.
We'll be back for that campaign.
Thanks for everybody.
Yeah.
Everybody following along and staying with us through it. This whole thing has been crazy.
I do apologize as GM for the unevenness of some of the latter bits of the campaign once we kind of lost faith in the mechanics. But I just lost faith in the mechanics. Once you get decent at fighting, everything just turns into swapping wounds. That's WOUNDS, not wombs, like scissoring lesbos or whatever. Classy.
Oh my God, you guys!
But we wanted to.
For a moment and then just whoa.
We were. I wanted drama and cost and loss, but I didn't want to just be rolling dice back and forth. We would still be trying to kill Gregor Clegane, like with the assembled army. We would still be, it just.
Yeah, honestly, I think that struck a really good balance. Like that went well.
So this was totally me just making something up and wanting there to be stakes. I didn't want to use the mass combat rules. I didn't want to use the personal combat rules, and I wanted these NPCs that you have assembled to be how you won, and also what you were at risk of losing. Right? So that's kind of what I was shooting for today. And I wanted players to have to occasionally make some awful choices, which weren't as awful as they could have been. But they were still nice and tense. And then we did end up landing on M for Maekar, N for Nymerian, G for Grandfather, or H for Harrenhal, so that Grandpa Maekar's sacrifice got made. I had that one in there a couple times, kind of seeding the pond a bit. But I do think that some of those worked out pretty well. Again, I had to get creative. There was an X in there. It was Jalabar Zo, the exiled prince of the Summer Islands, was going to be leading a unit of archers for the other side, and you could have captured him and had.
I'm definitely curious about who what didn't come up certainly.
Yeah, there was a bunch, but I was pretty proud of the list that I worked up. Um, the difficult part was just like I said, a lot of these letters are stacked, man. I'm like, oh, cool, Beric Dondarrion and Edric Dane. that's not going to be an awful choice for somebody. And then I was like, let's see, who lives or dies, Oberyn or Oris? Well, shit,
Oh,
so
man.
like, yeah, there was
Yeah.
a lot of them that if
Yeah.
I'd gone with my my initial more lethal options, like some of these were just lose. Um, one option that was also potentially on board would have been saving Nathan Lugas or Davin Lannister. And I feel like that would have been an interesting one
It's a pretty easy choice.
for you guys, because we know who you like more, but, Nathan turned out to be a really good dude. So it's, a little bit of both. And, so I think a lot of them also would have come down to what character got what choices.
That is 100% not a choice for Luke.
Right?
So I think some of them, would have been interesting. So thank you very much, everybody. We appreciate all the subscriptions and follows, bits and cheers, and honestly, just having eyes on. Like, it's always just great having you guys here on stream.
Having you guys
Thanks
interact with us.
thanks for letting me lean on you occasionally, chat, as an extra random element. And thank you, players, for being good sports with all of the ups and downs, not just of today, which had a fair amount of ups and downs, but of the campaign as a whole. I tried to strike a balance between George R.R. Martin grimness and keeping things fun and light and having some good humor
And playing a game.
Yeah,
I
and
always need
making it a game. So, well, all right.
All right.
Thanks, everyone, and I hope you've all had as good a ride as I have.
I
with
appreciate
this
it.
campaign.
So,
It's been fun.
All right. Good night, everybody.
bye, everybody.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
I gotta go.